All right. Mic check, mic check. I think everything is good here. All right, just like that, we are live. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It's been a while. Businessman doing business today, guys. It's what a busy past few months it's been. I mean, everybody's busy, life is busy, right? But it's good to be back. Really enjoyed covering the story that is GameStop for quite a while now. I've kind of done it on and off, so if you're new here, just share it how I see it. You're more than welcome to disagree. Just trying to point out different things, cover a story that I find really interesting and I think a lot of people are really curious about. Been doing some catching up lately. Definitely a lot has happened since my last stream. Most recent stream was Q2 2024 earnings report. But yeah, here we are. We're back. I'll start off by saying, if you haven't already, hop on X. Take your best guess at what you think net income is going to be, because I'm giving away a $25 gift card today, because why not? GameStop earnings. I appreciate you guys. Some of you I've met along the way. Incredible people. It's just really been an incredible journey, honestly. So got some replies in here. We'll see. And as you can see on the bottom of the screen here, these are my guesstimates, I guess you could call them. Analysts like to make estimates, so I'm going to make my own estimates as well based on information. In a little bit, I'll explain how I got to these estimates. But again, take them with the utmost grain of salt. I'm not trying to say like, oh yes, this is definitely what's going to happen, and that's going to mean the stock price catapults, or oh, the stock price is definitely going to crash, right? And just my general opinion is revenue will be not as ideal as analysts are expecting, but net income will be much more ideal than they are. That's like my quick nutshell summary. But yeah, Brett, hope you're doing well. Michael, what's up? Y2, good to see you. Geronimo, hope you're doing well. Worm, minimum 120. Hey, whatever you say, we'll see about that. But right now, going into the end of the day, it's kind of been trending down. When we were kind of, obviously this is the Roaring Kitty returns period. He tweets out of nowhere right here where we get this jump up. Not much happens. My initial thought with that was like, remember everyone saying, oh, Roaring Kitty's pumping the stock. He's back and he created all this action, right? I just don't think that's the case. Excuse me. Yes, of course, he definitely brought more attention to it and it kind of re-sparked the conversation. But if he comes back now and the stock price doesn't start moving dramatically like this, you don't get all this hype around it. It's hard for me to say, oh yeah, like it was definitely him during that period. And then even prior to that, the stock price had moved up from like $10 to $18 ish, I think right around here. And then he tweeted this weekend. Oh no, so he tweeted from here to here when this went up previously. So you're looking at or actually here, right? Yeah, because Friday into Monday. So he had tweeted that Sunday night, and then obviously the stock went crazy next couple of days. A couple of share offerings within here, then we got one more down the line. So GameStop's on 3 share offerings throughout this year so far, raised a lot of capital. What they're going to do with that capital remains to be seen. But all in all, here we are today. Will we get some kind of Roaring Kitty post? Maybe, but to be honest, I don't even really personally care. I think it's fun to see his posts. I think has these little messages, but like part of the fun of them is like that nobody truly knows. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna go trade this call option based on this particular Roaring Kitty tweet because I've decoded it, right? That's just not how I go about things. You can go about things like that if you want, but just know thyself. I really think that's so important because everyone has a different level of risk tolerance and just ideology of how they want to go about things, what their goals are, whether it's to build wealth, trade, have some like take a straight gamble, right? Depending on the position, like if you're just going to go long out of the money call option on a short-term basis, right? Or whatever the case, just know yourself and how you want to go about things and be prepared for the worst case scenario. Basically what you don't think will happen, like what would you do in that situation anyway? Right? So for me, I've been dabbling in selling options. I really traded options when I first got into the markets, not even first round in the markets, when I started feeling more comfortable. It wasn't for me. I've shied away for it for years. More recently, throughout this year, I've been slowly starting to sell more puts, a couple calls here and there. So I've sold puts on GameStop for the most part, and obviously looking at this year, I was kind of really doing that a lot in here. It's kind of been moving sideways or up, so I've been good. I was selling $20, $25 puts throughout here, and they've been expiring worthless. That's nice, collecting some premium. And ideally, I didn't want to have to be in a position where I was going to sell calls. But to be perfectly clear, my long-term GameStop share position has nothing to do with what I'm doing in option selling. That's something I've just done on the side now as I've built up some more money from saving up, whatever the case. Like that's a whole separate thing I'm trying to do. And I keep that entirely separate from my long-term investments. But again, that's just how I'm choosing to go about things. And more recently, with Mara adopting more of a MSTR style and just reading their most recent investor presentation, I think there's some interesting stuff going on there. I'm not sure if it will work out in the long term for them, but I think regardless, I mean, I think they'll be around, right? So long as Bitcoin holds value, the stock will hold value. But where I'm going with this is that there'll be volatility. So for me, I want to sell options on it. I see there's a lot of premium to be collected, but of course, a risk with it is the underlying stock that is Mara. So I'm still reading more and more about it. I feel pretty good about doing that. But again, that's a level of risk I'm personally willing to take. But that's just a quick side note, as I'm trying to dabble in some other things and just keep evolving and improving over time. But obviously today, I'm just here to talk about GameStop. But those of you that know me know, big Bitcoin guy. There's the idea that Bitcoin should be added to the GameStop balance sheet. They should be more of on the trend of the memes, right? Meme coins, all these different things thrown out there, right? And in terms of Bitcoin being added to GameStop's balance sheet, I have like mixed opinions in that I feel like I'm a Bitcoin bull, right? So I would be fine with it. They put 10% of the cash in Bitcoin, and obviously it would have worked out good had they done that earlier this year when you look at Bitcoin's performance as of late. However, the other side of me, in which I ultimately decide this is how I feel, as of now at least, is that I own Bitcoin because I like Bitcoin. I'm investing in Bitcoin as an alternative asset class for myself to hold in the long term. I'm investing in GameStop for GameStop. Why do I need GameStop to hold Bitcoin if I already personally have Bitcoin, right? But it's like one of those I wouldn't be totally opposed if they did a little bit, but I don't I'm not pushing like, oh yeah, they should definitely do that, right? Or that's what I want them to do because I own Bitcoin because I like Bitcoin. And not everybody who owns GameStop is necessarily going to like Bitcoin. And when you look at what happened with Microsoft today, right? They had a vote on whether or not they wanted to add Bitcoin as a asset on the balance sheet, and they turned it down. And honestly, I don't think it's maybe official yet. I think in the preliminary voting, I don't know if it's official. I've honestly been having a hard time keeping up with everything today. Been trying to get ready for the stream. Had to work this morning. Got out early, thankfully. That's why we're here. But all in all, Microsoft did not pass adding Bitcoin to the balance sheet. So when you look at their shareholder base and the investing firms that hold massive amounts of Microsoft shares, I don't think it's really all that surprising. And I think it'd be a situation where it might hurt them more than it would help them in the near term, at least, right? And I guess that's arguable, depending on how much Bitcoin they add, whatever the case, because some Microsoft shareholders, or obviously in this case, majority Microsoft shareholders, are not fond of Bitcoin, right? So just some thoughts there because I've kind of seen that thrown around. And again, just trying to catch up because it's been the past quarter of just chilling. I mean, not just chilling, but just chilling in terms of the channel. Nothing really being put out. Post on X like here and there, but just improving other aspects of my life and myself and trying to get better at like cooking and just some other things I'm interested in, right? And just documenting my journey. And it's fun meeting a bunch of you on this journey as well, just going through different investment opinions and ideologies or whatever the case. But yeah, so we're about phones in the other room, but what are we about like 15 minutes from earnings? We're getting close, so we'll see what happens. I mean, I have my estimates going on the bottom of the screen here, and I've been taking a lot of notes. So if we zoom out here, I've been loving this app. It's called Obsidian. It's great for note taking and just organizing your ideas. So I'll kind of go through all of this. Got a lot of different stuff, and it's really interesting to me that GameStop's now officially collaborated with PSA. I listened to an interview that Nat Turner did with a small YouTuber. I forgot his name. I'm going to tweet it out later this week. So if you don't already, guys, follow me on X, and you have about 12 minutes left to join the competition. Closest guess to what amount of net income GameStop reports will win a $25 GameStop gift card. But again, follow me here if you haven't already. So looking at the PSA collaboration, are they going to lean into it even more? Is it an acquisition situation coming down the line? I don't know. I'll kind of theorize on that a little bit later. But I've been thinking about it a little bit, just taking a bunch of different notes on it. I still got to go through these ones. That's why they're smaller. But GameStop does offer the ability to get your cards graded with PSA now. So I do think that's very interesting. And in listening to the interview Nat Turner did with that individual YouTuber, and again, I apologize, I forget his name, but if you look it up, it was about 5-6 days ago. He was saying how GameStop came to them with the idea. They didn't go looking for GameStop, and why it really made sense for PSA, because the parent company's collectors and he's CEO of the parent company, but why it really made a lot of sense for them was that they had small card shops, right, that would facilitate PSA grading, but they have to partner with them individually, and almost none of them had multiple locations, and even if they did, they had very few. partnering with GameStop gave them like large scale capability in terms of having a partner that can facilitate getting cards graded. Because he was also talking about how a lot of people create a PSA account, start the process, but never actually wind up sending their cards in because they have a question about it, they have some kind of uncertainty, they're worried about shipping it. And going to a GameStop location, you could talk to someone, get an idea of how it works, get a friendly face to give you at least, hey, yeah, this is how it works. This is what other people are doing. And, you know, obviously not every employee is on the same level, and you're not always going to get this like white glove experience. Like, oh, yeah, like this is exactly how you do it. This is what grading's all about. Not saying that, but it could alleviate some of those like quote business pain points in that like, oh, I'm not sure about this. Oh, I'm not actually going to go through with it. If you have GameStop that's doing, I would say generally the heavy lifting for you, especially if you're a pro member, makes it a lot easier, right? And he was also touching on how, and the YouTuber was saying, yeah, you know, I don't think my audience necessarily is going to go through GameStop. They don't want GameStop to grade their cards because they're high-end collectors doing this in mass volume, so they're going to ship them themselves, and they've already been doing this for a while. Whereas someone like myself, right, I would say I'm a perfect example, is newer to the grading game, right? Like I've been collecting some cards. I'll show you guys them real quick. Mostly football. Like I like football and hockey. Those are my sports. So definitely want to keep collecting their cards. And actually, literally tonight, I already wrote myself a reminder. I am going to be looking for some old baseball cards my grandpa gave me, and it'd be really cool to send a lot of them to get graded. So we'll see what I do with that. And I also have this one Aaron Judge card. Or here, I'll give you guys the zoomed in version real quick. Boom. Ooh. Here we are. Got the Christmas vibes. See, gotta have the Christmas vibes. But see, you got Aaron Judge. Picked this one up for $36. Actually, a long time ago, before GameStop was doing cards, right? Long before. Got Justin Jefferson, PSA 9. He's been cooking. Got this one pretty cheap, right? So I'm just getting started in it. Justin Herbert, pretty cheap, not so long ago. CJ Stroud. So I'm trying to just look up for up-and-coming players, right? That's kind of my strategy. But again, I'm just dabbling in this, just getting into it. Jamar Chase just looks unstoppable right now. That's why I got his, even though the Bengals suck. But yeah, so I'm definitely interested in what GameStop's doing with PSA. And I think it'd be really cool if in today's earnings report we saw a situation where they're showing the PSA revenue specifically. But we'll see. I mean, they've had the PSA cards, but they officially now collaborate with them in doing the grading as of October 15th. So again, kind of dive into this as time goes on, but don't panic if the price falls. Worm. Couldn't agree more. Listen, even when you're in a stock and it goes up a lot in the short term or down a lot in terms of like, let's say we get a 15% move one way or another after hours. It's like if I'm holding it for the long term, I don't really care that much, right? It's like, of course, I want to see it go up. But if you're looking to accumulate, you almost want a stock to go down, right? Like I think of a stock like Palantir I've been buying for a while, but I wasn't buying that heavy and I wish I'd bought more. And look how fast it started going up. So it's almost like as it was going up, I'm like, I want it to dip. I want it to dip to be able to buy more, right? So it all depends where you're at in a stock. Stock like GameStop I've been buying for a while, so I'm ready for it to go up. But at the same time, I'm totally fine if it dips, right? Like I can live with it. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. And again, that's just from my approach as an individual long-term investor. For the most part, you know, dabbling in some options and some different things. But again, it's all about knowing yourself. I don't see them adding Bitcoin when they shut down the wallet in the marketplace due to regulatory concerns. I also agree with you that I can buy Bitcoin myself, so I'd rather do that. Platinum, yes. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Treasuries to Bitcoin would be a leap. LOL. Exactly. It's like if I want Bitcoin, I'll buy Bitcoin. And if you want a stock with exposure to Bitcoin, you could go mess around with MAR or MicroStrategy, right? But that's the thing too. Then I feel like GameStop will become very heavily correlated with Bitcoin in terms of its price movement, right? So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I want GameStop to focus on GameStop. And the more I think about it and the more I look at it, the idea of them acquiring collectors does seem really interesting. And again, I'm still trying to research into collectors and get more information on it. But when you look at this piece of information here, right, so I'll make this bigger. And again, I still have to sort through those, but you can see the last valuation for the company, because they raised $100 million in private equity financing or some form of private placement. That gave them a $4.3 billion valuation, right? And they were saying at that time that sales had doubled year over year from 2020 to 2021. So obviously there was a lot of demand at that point, and the business had grown a lot. And this was in March of 2022. Now 2.5 years has passed since, so it's very likely to me that the valuation of 4.3 billion is higher because I feel like the card market has been growing, and they do much more collectors than just the card market. They also do coins, collectibles, just kind of overall authenticating. As I'm reading into them, you can see PSA, PCGS, WADA, Golden, Collectors Corner, and if GameStop were to actually ultimately acquire collectors or merge with them, that's really interesting. But the only thing is, right now GameStop has roughly 4.6 billion. We'll get an exact reading in about 8 minutes or so, or whatever exact time we are away right now from the earnings report. So we'll get an idea where the cash is, but they probably wouldn't have quite enough. And that leads me to think, like, is that why they've been raising this cash? Is this the long-term goal? And they're starting by partnering with them. And then you also look at, and again, I'm just theorizing here, guys. Like, I'm not saying, hey, this is definitely what's happening. I'm still reading into it like a lot of you are. But you could look at Nat Turner. He just filed his Form 3, and it shows no shares right now. So he didn't choose to acquire any shares with his own capital. That could be just because he doesn't want to. That could be maybe because he thinks the merger is coming and he's going to have ownership anyway, or they're in talks of it. And also, as it stands, from what I understand, he would be compensated in shares if certain milestones are met between PSA and GameStop, but not sure of what those specific milestones are. But regardless, again, this is all just speculation at this point. CMS also owns 10% equity in PSA and has been awarded additional unvested equity compensation awards at collectors, which are subject to forfeiture if certain performance conditions are not satisfied. Since the beginning of the collaboration, the approximate dollar value of the transaction between the company and PSA pursuant to the collaboration was 1.53 billion. So this is as of November 18th, right, at the time of the collaboration agreement. So this is when the collaboration agreement took place. And again, it'll be interesting to see if we get a specific PSA number on this earnings report. I don't think so. Now that I'm thinking about it more and more, if that's the current number, it'd probably have to get bigger before we start to see that. But you guys can let me know if you have any theories on that. Again, I'm just trying to catch up on everything, but it's interesting. Or then it's like, well, if the stock runs again, are they going to issue more debt? Not debt. I don't think they're going to issue debt, right? Especially if they close their line of credit. And quick side note, trying to get everything in here before we get into the actual numbers that are about to come out. Collectors closed their revolving credit line, kind of similar to GameStop did previously. So just kind of interesting. Maybe their business ideologies are in alignment, right? Besides just the PSA card partnership and getting them graded and whatnot. So we'll see. We'll definitely see what comes of it, but it would be very interesting. And that's where I think, well, maybe it's not an acquisition. It's more of a merger situation. But time will tell, guys. Time will tell. At some point or another, I really do think GameStop has to use that cash, and I think they know that too. So with that being the case, will it be sooner or will it be later? That's really what I kind of think of it as. And here are the margins as of late with GameStop, year by year, quarter by quarter. You have the full year on the bottom. And then also I'll show you guys quick. We got the revenue and net income for the past few years, and I just noticed this is wrong. I have to change this. This should be 2022 to 2024. So as we can see thus far this year, we've had revenue decline each time. I absolutely expect that to be the same case again as they continue to kind of size things down. But I think net income will improve year over year for the same quarter as it has the past two. And I think the income will be even higher than Q2 just because they did acquire a lot more cash. They probably accumulated a lot more interest. Maybe that offset a little bit by the Fed starting to cut rates. But we'll see. And then, they got some other products they've been doing. We got Mod Retro. We got the Raptor 8 mobile controller. We got CandyCon. Then obviously PSA as of late, right? So they're doing all these little things, but it just feels like they need that big thing to get over the hump. Whether it be the PSA card acquisition or merger or something else entirely, right? The question is, like, what's it going to be? And I don't think it's going to be told today, right? I don't think we're going to get an answer on that today. So don't go into earnings expecting anything crazy. Truthfully, I'd be surprised if we got a big announcement of some kind when earnings comes out. So good to see you guys. Appreciate you being here. Hope everybody's doing well. We're getting very close to earnings. We're literally just a few minutes away. Volatility, let's tell everybody, let's go. Do less. Hope you're doing well. Make sure I got the all chat here so we can get even the trolls mentioned if they're out there. Brett Clayton, no GameStop jacket today. LOL. Brett, I thought about it, but I started looking. It's in the wash. I'm like, you know what? We're going business casual today, my friend. Some even would go as far as to call me the referee because I'm so official. Playing some risky options for the earnings. I hope PSA money comes in strong. Stephen Lesh, thanks for being here. We'll see. Yeah, listen, if you can stomach the risk of options, there's money to be made. But also, I feel like the past several earnings for GameStop, it's been a situation where the options are pricing in a big move one way or the another, and the move hasn't been all that big. But of course, that means absolutely nothing. What's happened the past few earnings in regards to what's going to happen with this one. Hello, everybody. Let's go. Y2 implied volatility suggests the market's anticipating a move of 12.4% or 3.41 after earnings release. Median move over the last quarters is 11.7. Thank you, Y2. Appreciate you throwing that data in there. And then here are my estimates on the screen real quick, guys. So how I got these numbers just really quick as you're seeing them go through the bottom here, just scrolling on by. And again, thanks for being here. I'm personally mainly looking for positive net income and EPS. That's really what I want to see in this earnings report. I don't think they're going to be operationally profitable yet, but I think the net income absolutely will be. And what I ultimately did was I looked at the SG&A number, and I feel like that's been the most kind of consistent number that's been moving for them. So I got some rough estimates. And again, I would even call them guesstimates, right? Like take them with the grain of salt. I'm just doing it for fun because analysts do it, so why shouldn't I, right? So going from Q2 to Q2 of 24, sorry, Q2 2023 to Q2 2024, 16% reduction in SG&A altogether. And then when you look at Q1, it was a 14.63% reduction. And then you look at 2022 versus 2023, it was 21.29. So I thought, let me go between the numbers in terms of percentage of reduction we've seen for the total of SG&A of the past 2 quarters. So that's where I went with 15%. And that would make it so that SG&A would come out to be 252.1. And then I get my margins 31.5, negative 1.3 operational, 3.3 net. Comparison to the margins we saw last quarter, it'd be relatively similar. It'd be slightly improvement on the operating and then a slight improvement on the net as well. And then I have EPS coming in at 6 cents. And again, all guesstimates, guys. Just flying through it here. Any second now, earnings might be coming out. Let's see. It might be the point where we have to start refreshing. Right? We'll get GME here as well. Power to the players. Yes, sir. I hope they haven't added Bitcoin myself. They said 1.5 million transactions so far, so not sure what would be in revenue, but I think it's too early to see a difference from PSA in this report. Platinum, I think you're right. It's one of those, as I start saying it, I'm like, yeah, wait a minute. You know what? It's probably a little early in terms of putting it in its own section on the report, right? We're slightly moving up here, but we'll see. Let's just see what the numbers. No matter what happens with the stock, I think it really just comes down to the numbers, for me at least, right? Good to see you, brother. Ryan, hope you're doing well. Eli, my head's spinning right now. Eli, my head's always spinning, brother. I hope you're doing well. Can't even concentrate at work. No, I know what you mean, Ryan. That's why I literally took a half day. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to be able to concentrate anyway if I don't take a half day. So it'd be really great if you guys let me stream this earnings. So been here since January 21. Short positions are covered, but not closed. It's insane they still think get out of this alive. Hey, Infinity Nova. What a journey this has been, right? It all started for me, which is the call option in 2021. And here we are today, almost 2025. Almost Christmas. What a time to be alive. Thank you guys for being here. We're getting caffeine. And we're getting hydrated. Hydration's key. It's good to be back, though, guys. It's good to be back. I definitely want to keep doing streams because I've just been taking a lot of notes and I just want to share with you guys. I just want to share my investment journey, talk to different people out there in terms of what's going on with them, how they're seeing things, whatever the case, right? So little spam here. Hi from the UK. David, thanks for being here from the UK. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hey, Tetra, not negative banana. It's definitely not the negative banana. No way. Hope you're doing well. Finland Online, MGN, hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Won't be operationally profitable. Agreed. Hello, friends. Fresh Maker, the OG. What's up, bro? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Let's get it. I agree. Banana, yes, sir. 7-cent EPS, operational loss. Oh, did it come out yet? Where am I? Am I missing it? Let's see. Newsroom. Nothing yet. I feel like I always am in the wrong place waiting for the earnings, but no move yet on the stock. So it should be coming out any minute. I think it's usually like 305. Are we heading 24 or 34? Feels like it's probably one or the other, right, Ryan? I don't know. But at the same time, though, when you look at this little sell wall we kind of hit up here, getting past like the $31, $32 range, couldn't quite get past there. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Do we get any kind of big move here after hours? Do we get really no move at all? Nobody truly knows, right? So we're going to find out when the numbers come out, which should be like any second now. I'll kind of just leave the chart up. I think that's probably the best thing because this should probably move one way or another once the numbers officially come out. Yep, I agree with that too. Take profit, not from operations. Agreed, agreed. Hope it's going to the moon for you all. The Wolf of Wall Street, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're not scamming anyone out there, doing any kind of crazy things. But no, I'm just kidding. Hope you're doing well. No, not yet. My guess. Sorry. No, you're good, Negative Man. You're good. Because I feel like one time I was refreshing and I was like, where's it at? But if your guess is 6 cents EPS, I'm pretty close. Or you're 7, I'm 6. So pretty much the same thing, right? And then officially, this is closed, guys. This was the giveaway for closest to the net income, which we'll see. Getting a little move up. Are we getting numbers yet? Nope, not quite yet. Okay, nothing quite yet. The bananas in the chat. Panda, hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Again, appreciate you guys so much. Just trying to cover this story live. Be doing another giveaway in a short while here, so stick with me. I'm going to do another $25 GameStop card. What I'm going to have everyone do later, just drop your X name in the chat. X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days, just so I'll be able to DM you after. I've really only established social media on here. Maybe I'll do some of the other ones soon. But for me, just been rocking and rolling with X and YouTube. It looks like we have numbers. It looks like we have numbers. Let's see. Newsroom. Nope. Nope. Nothing yet. Somebody's getting numbers. Something's happening. Or any second now. Or we'll see. I'm going to check my email real quick. One sec. You guys can look at my pretty face. Let's see. See if I got it, because it's usually the fastest way. Nope. Should be like literally any second now, but it looks like we are dropping heading into the numbers coming out. But I would show you a list of people that would be surprised, and it would be a blank list, right? Well, oh, is this it? Nope. Nothing yet. Should be any moment now. Any moment. Anticipation building. You guys let me know if I'm missing it. Oh, it came out. Was it 420? 0.86 billion in sales. Is there a share link? No earnings call. Thanks for being here, but no earnings call. That's how GameStop's been doing it as of late. So where are we at? Newsroom. Oh, there we go. Here we are, guys. This is the live reaction. Reading them now. They are here. Earnings came out to be $860 million for the period in comparison to $1.078 billion for the prior year's third quarter. Not a big surprise there in terms of earnings falling off. I was actually really close with my estimate, believe it or not. Would you look at that? SG&A were $282 million. That estimate was not quite on point for me. However, this was still a decline in overall overhead costs year over year. Net income comes in at $17.4 million for the period in comparison to a net loss of $3.1 million for the prior year's third quarter. So right away reading that, I'm happy to see that they turned a net profit. Really going forwards, of course, they have to figure out the revenue problem, and that's not just going to be solved tomorrow, the next quarter, or even fully in the next year, right? Hopefully they make a lot of progress on that. But what I want to see is consistent net income, and we saw that here, so I am definitely happy to see that. Cash equivalents, marketable securities, around $4.6 billion at the close of the quarter. That's approximately how much I was expecting them to have, considering the last capital raise through share offering. During the quarter, the company completed its previously disclosed at-the-market equity offering pursuant to the prospectus supplement filed with the SEC on September 6th, selling 20 million shares of common stock for aggregate gross proceeds of approximately $400 million. So, overall, kind of what I was expecting, and doesn't seem like there's anything too crazy. Cost of sales went down. Now, obviously, if revenue is going to go down, you want to see cost of sales fall pretty decently with that. Gross profit comes in at 257 versus 281 of the prior year, and that is a 29.9% gross profit versus 26.1, so improvement in the gross profit. And then the operating loss came in at 3.9%. Not as ideal as I had hoped, so it's not terrible though. And that's in comparison, so they had that loss of 33.4, but then they created 54.2 million in interest income through marketable securities, high yield savings accounts, money market accounts, whatever the case. Overall, that comes out to be a 4-cent EPS, right? So it is a positive EPS. The bottom line is 17.4 million. Margins moved up a little bit in terms of net income, right? So if we want to look over here, right, looking at the same quarter Last year, it was 26.1%. Now we got 29.9 for the gross margin. Look at the operating margin. It did go down from negative 1.4 to that 3.9%. And then when you look at net margin, obviously that went up a lot. And that's the greatest net margin we've seen for any third quarter under Ryan Cohen's tenure. Of course, a lot of it is interest income, and it will be interesting to see with the Fed cutting rates. What does GameStop do with this cash? Like, the cash yield is going to decline over this year if they do ultimately cut rates. Of course, it's not a given that they will. It seems likely. It seems kind of being priced into the markets as a whole, I would say. But what will they do with that cash? That is to be determined. I didn't think we'd find an answer today, to be perfectly clear. Maybe some did out there, but overall this year, you could see they are earning quite more interest income versus the prior year. That's because they've raised a lot of capital, and that is padding the bottom line right now. But ultimately, they do have to find a way to get operations profitable and ultimately scale all margins and revenues going forwards, right? But just keep chugging forward, keep pushing ahead. For 39 weeks ended this year, net income is exactly zero. So with 3 quarters down in the year and net income at zero, it seems very, 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 very likely to me they will be net profitable for the year as a whole, which is very exciting to see at the very least. Here we are. Whoop. See you guys too zoomed in. Where are we? So when you look at their revenue and net income, year by year, you can see Q4 is always their strongest. They always have strong net income. So really, whatever their net income is in Q4 will be their net income for the whole year. So as long as net income is higher than 6.7 million, they will have better net income year over year, which is ultimately something I definitely want to see. And again, I'm not saying there isn't more work to do. They're doing the little things, right? Like they're doing the private label brands such as CandyCon. They're doing the Raptor 8 mobile controller. They've launched Mod Retro. Now they got the collaboration with PSA. Maybe even more is to come with this. Potentially acquisition merger. Again, just theories out there. Last valuation for Collectors, which is the parent company of PSA, came in at around 4.3 billion. However, that was March of 2022. So about 2.5 years has passed, so the valuation has definitely changed, and GameStop has 4.6 billion. If they don't want to raise capital, it makes me think they either have to issue more shares to have enough cash to theoretically make the acquisition, or it ultimately has to be seen as a merger, right? Are any of those things going to happen? I don't know. I'm just here to theorize, cover the story for you guys, and just document my journey. But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Let me know what you think in the chat of the earnings right now. Oh, man, I always feel so corny when I say chat. But I'm curious what people think. So, and you know what I just realized? I haven't even had the price up. Oh, so we bounced down. Honestly, I thought it was going to be down more. Now we're kind of sideways, right? And it seems like thus far, right? Oh, market's reacting positively all of a sudden, I suppose. But it's one of those situations, again, although we have a long time between now and when the market opens tomorrow, that it seemed like GameStop's priced in to move 14% one way or the other, right? But look, we're basically sideways thus far, right? And again, a lot can change between now and 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for the better or worse, depending how you look at it and depending on what side of the table you're on. But overall, not much of a move, right? So it just seems like with this stock, consistently, and this is why I've also personally taken the approach of selling options if I'm going to do any kind of options at all on GameStop. Consistently, it seems to me that selling options is the more profitable strategy because it just seems that so often, so many options expire worthless. Of course, everybody has their own strategy and how they're going about things. So I'm not trying to discourage you from buying calls if that's what you want to do. I'm not trying to discourage you from buying puts if that's what you want to do, right? I'm just saying it how I've seen it and how I've kind of just seen things evolve over time and just following this journey for 3 years. But it's been quite the journey. I think it's far from over, and I'm just here to document for you guys as long as I can and as long as it is an interesting story. So looking at this year, right, like the 39 weeks ended, which is 3 quarters, gross margin has improved from 25.1 to 29.5. We'll see what that looks like at year end. SG&A as a percentage of revenue has creeped back up. That is quite unfortunate. I will definitely say that. However, what we do have to consider is that SG&A is still going down at this time, right? So if we look at SG&A quarter by quarter, this quarter, our last quarter was 270.8 million. Same quarter of last year was 296.5 million. But then when we look at this year, for this particular quarter, that is Q3, we came in at 282, right? So I'm going to update this chart. So creeped up a little bit from last quarter. And if I had to guess without, reading into the report or seeing any specific information on it, I would speculate that the overhead costs of dealing with PSA and facilitating the card grading is adding to that a very little bit, right? That is that minor amount. And the reason that we didn't see it go down now that I'm thinking about it more. But again, I don't know that for sure. That's just based on what I can see and what I can theorize on, kind of use some knowledge that I have. But we'll see if this can creep back down. Ultimately, revenue does have to grow at some point. And the way I see it is that the company has gotten themselves into a spot, right, where they're going to cut down overhead costs as much as possible and scale things down, right? Scale the business down in terms of revenue to the point where they're only in a situation where they're turning a net profit, right? They're doing good business. They have a bottom line profit. But now that they've got themselves to this point, right, we see them evolve a little bit in adding private label brand and CandyCon, Raptor 8 mobile controller, the Mod Retro, and then obviously PSA, right? Those are kind of the major things they've done thus far this year. Those are all things that should show up on the bottom line operationally, not just in the net income. So with that, like if they can scale all those different things in various ways and maybe do a few other things, I see a situation where all of these margins scale up, right? Like if they can get gross margin higher to 40%, that'd be great. Maybe operating is 10%, net margin gets to 12, right? And I'm talking like something I would want to see in like 5 years from now. And of course, that's quite a while away, so everyone's timeline is different. That's number one. And number two, that's a long way to scale, right? And there's a lot of time between now and getting to 40, 12, 10% margins, right? And I'm also just throwing numbers out there. It's not even in comparison to like considered competitors, right? The closest I look at with GameStop in terms of competitors is Walmart and who else do I have here? Best Buy, right? Which are general competitors. Like it's really not that good of a comparison. I was looking at like their cost of sales previously relative to GameStop's, right? Just to get a general idea. I think it's always good to look at just different companies and what they're doing, even though they're not direct competitors to GameStop. Like I'm not looking at those numbers and being like, oh yeah, like that is such a number that they have to get to because these are companies that are doing it that are semi-similar to them. No, it's just in the relative, consumer retail industry. That's how I'm kind of looking at it. But yeah, we got another earnings report. Here we are. What's this, like maybe my sixth earnings streaming? It's crazy. It's crazy how time flies, guys. It's crazy how time flies. It's literally like halfway through the 2020s. Like think about that. We're basically 40% at the end of this year. We are 40% at the end of this year, right? It's crazy. Well, if you think about it, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and then we just have 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029. So when the clock strikes midnight on the 31st, we are officially halfway through the 2020s. Where does GameStop go in 2030? I think it remains to be seen, and it's going to be way different than probably almost anybody imagines, right? Like I just feel like it's one of those like what we don't expect to happen will happen. When I say we, I just mean individuals following the stock, right? But I don't know. That's the truth of it. I don't know. I don't think anybody out there knows. Don't buy those stupid meme coins. Just find stocks or individual investments you like and ride with it. And if you want to trade coins, you want to trade options, or you want to trade whatever high risk thing, go right ahead. But just know, like, to me, there's trading and investing. Just know, like, risk associated is kind of what I was saying with that. But let's get some water. I haven't streamed so long. It's like I feel like my mouth's completely dehydrated. It's crazy. I'm not even talking that much yet. Usually I yap for hours and hours. We're just getting started. The party's just getting started. But water's good. Cold water slaps. But yeah, not much price action at all. So anybody who bought options one way or another, thus far it's not looking good. But again, that only means so much. Where we go from now till the end of the stream is to be seen. Where we go from now till the market open tomorrow is to be seen. But if you aren't aware, GameStop will not be doing an earnings call, right? I believe it's probably right up here. Right? The company will not be holding a conference call today. Additional information can be found in the company's Form 10Q, which the 10Q should come out within a couple hours, I believe. That's typically when it comes out. And it'll just be, it'll have these same numbers, but it'll be a little bit more in depth. And we look at net income, see how they do operationally. So net cash flows from operations, about the same as last year. Repayments of debt, again, they're really only little bit of debt, which you see on the balance sheet. right here, right? Where is it? Long-term debt. Oh, wrong side. Long-term debt, 9.6 million, very minimal. It's a really small loan to the French government associated with the response to the pandemic. That's literally the only debt they have. And you look at all the cash on their balance sheet. They have a really strong balance sheet. And then the critics will say, like, well, the balance sheet means nothing if you're not raising revenue and raising net income. But to me, the iron balance sheet allows them to take their time and develop the things that they want to do over time, right? Such as private label brands, new controller, new partnerships, right? And where they go with all that is to be seen. And will we get any more share offerings? I feel like that's something kind of in the back of every long-term shareholder's mind. And if we do, it's kind of like, it's like I want to know where it's going to go, but at the same time, like I get the idea of keeping the cards close to your chest so nobody can anticipate the move. Try and do something dirty in some shape or form, whether it's business-wise and mechanics of the market or whatever the case, right? But also, shareholders, individuals have been holding stock a while, and they're like, hey, I've talked to some people that are like, hey, I want to know what's happening with this company, right? But to me, I understand, like, in being involved in it, that they've basically said, without saying, hey, we're not going to tell you. We're not going to telegraph our plans. Like, if you want to believe in us and ride with us, that's great. But if not, you don't have to, right? Like, I think that's what they've said without saying. That's at least how I perceive it. And I'm okay with that. But again, I understand why some people wouldn't be, right? And these are some of the things they've done since 2021. Just as a general summary, close unprofitable locations, let go overpaid executives, dramatically cut overhead costs. We see that through SG&A, narrow down to one warehouse in Texas, right near the headquarters. So management can easily go to that warehouse, see what's going on, manage it very closely, and as particularly as possible. Ubic technology and SAP, just simple retail technology, right? Like I kind of summarized Ubic here. If you read into it, basically it just gives like their own internal like chat GPT to ask questions to and to like source information into. So it's basically like an internal form of AI, something crazy, nothing that's evolving the way they do things. It's just making the process for the employees and management tracking and analyzing the information much simpler and analytical. And then they changed the GameStop Pro plan. They got the GameStop credit card. Again, all small things. Like the credit card is one of those things. I don't know how they didn't have one before. It feels like every single large retail name, whether it be Macy's, Best Buy, Walmart, you name it, they all have a credit card, right? So it's surprising me they didn't have that previously. But I think it just goes to show that the incompetence, like just to be frank, of the previous management team. And obviously they got the PSA grading card service. They got Mod Retro. And again, there's still more to be done. There's going to be definitely people in the chat that are going to come in that I'm going to read. I'm going to pay attention to, not going to know how I rock and roll, what I talk about. And they're going to say, but GameStop, their revenue's going down. Oh my God, I can't believe you still like this stock, right? It's like, I love this journey. I love this story. They're turning around net income, and I'm in no rush. I'm just going to ride the wave. I have no problem doing that. And if you don't want to do that, it's fine. It is actually laughable to me that people, like, it's such an interesting stock, right, and dynamic to it, because you have people like that really love it and believe in it and just want it to succeed. But then you have people on the complete other side of the coin that are like, I hate the stock. I hate that people like it. That one time they screwed me in 2017, which, by the way, that's the old management team, and things have evolved a lot. So a lot of people go to GameStop now like, oh, it's actually a lot more different than it once was, right? Maybe they don't, depending how they see that, if they see that, right? I guess depends on their bias a little as well. But it's just, you have to laugh that there's people who love it so much, there's people that hate it so much. But ironically, right, if you hate it, you're still talking about it, you're still just building up the hype of it, and you're still keeping it even more relevant than it would be if you didn't talk about it. Because if just the people who like GameStop talked about it, it would still be relevant, right? But what makes it even more relevant and even more widely discussed is that there's so many people that don't like it, that want to hate on it or proudly hate on it. They're a meltdowner or whatever the case, right? To me, that's just funny, right? And that's what just makes this also such an interesting story to cover and just be a part of, for me at least, right? But again, everybody's in their own boat. Everybody's on their own path. Everybody knows their own goals. For me, my general goal is just building wealth for myself and my future family. And that's not just through GameStop, but to me, GameStop's a very unique opportunity, and I'm ready to ride it out. I've been here for a while, and I'll continue to ride the waves, sell some puts when I see fit. That's the thing. If GameStop made a big move down after earnings, right, which it still theoretically could heading into tomorrow, that's a situation where I may look to sell a put while volatility is still high. Although we're definitely going to get a drop off implied volatility tomorrow, especially if the stock price is opening where it is right now. The stock price opens at 27 tomorrow. The options market is pricing in a relatively close move to 14%, and then it moves like 1%. Option prices are going to come down, right? And that's where it's great. I have an outstanding put option right now that I sold. I think it's like a $23 put for January. I don't know. I've been keeping track, right? But I set it. I placed a trade. I don't even look at it, right? I let it ride out, and then I evaluate from there. But in terms of the put, it's still above the money right now. But that's why you would sell a put, prior to earnings if you think the reaction won't be as dramatic as the market's pricing in, right? But again, that's just some quick general option mechanics. But let's get to the chat here, see what some of you have to say. I'm sure we got some bulls, we got some bears. I'll read it all. Let's go. Let's see. Flight's taking off. Power to the players. Panda, farewell. Sorry, I probably missed you, but you're going to come out and say, hey, EPS was positive. So we got 4-cent EPS, right? Or let's compare really quick, right, before I get to the chat. So my estimates were Tetron estimates 859.5 million. 860 million. I was literally off by 50 million, right? No, 500,000. That's actually crazy. Guys, maybe I just have the script. I'm like the Chiefs. I always have the script, right? Or the NFL referees. But SG&A was 282, so my estimate was off there. I had 252. Of course, hindsight's 2020, but now that I'm thinking about it, like it makes sense, just a little bit more overhead costs with PSA and trying to do some different things. But is what it is. Net income 28.3. Their net income came to 17.4. So I was off by about 10, 11 million on that. EPS comes in at 4 cents. I had 6 cents. So not too bad. I think of all the times, I've done estimates, this is probably the closest I've come. And then their margins, right? We can look at those. So margins 29.9 was their actual. My estimate was 31.5. Operational estimate was negative 1.3, comes in at 3.9. Net income comes in at 2%. I had 3.3. So margins, those are tough though to be able to guess them spot on, right? So just trying my best like everyone else out there, but yeah, not too bad, right? Not too bad at all in terms of numbers, how close they were to my estimate. And overall, I could say, I have to digest the information and ultimately see how I feel tomorrow. And I really try and do that whenever something, especially that's highly anticipated, comes out. But as it stands right now, based on just initial interaction with seeing the numbers, I would say overall, I'm satisfied. I was slightly fearful, to be honest, that my revenue estimate was going to be high and that analysts were going to way overshoot the number and we were going to get a number like 799 million. And honestly, that would have been a little bit discouraging, even if net income was positive on that. And then also my other, fear was that net income would still be negative. Not that that would be the end of the world if it was slightly negative for this particular quarter, but it was definitely something I wanted to see in terms of revenue holding up decently, right? I say decently in terms of not continuing to dramatically decline down. It's still a decent decline down, but if we saw a number still below 800 million for this quarter, wouldn't have been too happy. And it's kind of encouraging to see that, 2 years ago, 2022, going looking at Q2 and Q3, they were pretty much the same, right? Just about 50 million, apart. Looking at last year, the number in Q3 was actually lower than Q2. And now this year we see Q3 was stronger than Q2, but they've really, done PSA. They've had CandyCon really out there and just some of these different things out there. But at the same time, part of it is, like, to keep it real, part of it is just coincidence, right? So continuing to, go through the numbers here, see if there's anything else really quick that stands out. I want to see by region. And we can see in terms of the mix of products. So for this quarter, 48% hardware and accessories, 31.6 software, 20% collectibles. So I like to see collectibles revenues held up well. I think that's really nice. Still down year over year, right? When we're looking at 2023, 3 quarters in versus this year so far. But I really want to see that hold up because generally speaking, collectibles are higher margin items. And also when you look at like the things they're leaning into, such as private label brands, Raptor 8 controller, console, right? Some of it's hardware, right? But PSA, that's absolutely within the collector side of it, right? Like PSA's parent company is literally collectors. So I definitely want to see collectibles revenue continue to improve. And, GameStop is winding down more and more of their operations internationally, especially in Europe. So I want to get to, do we have by region? Or maybe we'll get that within the report. I don't think we have that on here. Let's see, region. Nope, we don't have that yet. But when the SEC filing comes out, that is when we'll get it. Oh, here we go. We got it. Wow, that was quick. Okay, so we'll check really quick, and then we'll get to the comments. Let's see, region. Control F is your best friend when you're reading a report. All right, so let's see. And we'll also, right, I want to read about how they're winding down stores in Europe, all the regions of Europe. Maybe they got some more detail on that. So during the first half of fiscal 2023, we committed to a plan to sell properties in our Europe segment consisting of buildings, land, and other property and equipment. These properties were sold during the second and third quarters of 2024. During the fourth quarter of fiscal 2023, we announced plans to close our York, Pennsylvania fulfillment facility, completely narrowing it down to Grapevine, Texas. During the third quarter of 2024, we initiated a plan to divest our operations in Italy. As of November 2nd, 2024, the carrying value of the current and non-current assets held for sale are $63 million and $41.5 million, respectively, and the carrying value. So current and non-current assets will be sold for a combined value of roughly $105 million, right? Or at least that's the current carrying value. Will it be sold at that price is to be determined. And then also, right, I'm going to make a quick note for myself. This is also what I really encourage you guys to do. Take notes. It's hard to remember everything. Like, we read and just dissect so much information every day in the day and age of social media. Like, it's so hard to keep track of everything, right? So just do new, well, we could do a note, put this in here, right? And I'll put, what's this, page 11. I guess I could always control F it right later, right? And we'll do convert to file, GameStop Q3-2024 earnings report notes, right? And then I could always make it neater later, whatever the case, but just want to save some stuff so I can give you guys some posts on X, analyzing all the numbers when I get a chance to really just dig into them, whether it's later tonight, later this week. But if you're not already, follow me on X at Tetron Invest, and also stick with me, guys. I just did a $25 gift card giveaway on X, but I will be doing another one live on stream. Just coming back here. GameStop is coming back as well. I can't even use my words properly today. I guess I'm just too excited. You know what, guys? It's crazy because they call me the referee because I'm just so official. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy how corny I am, too. But all of a sudden, we're moving. So maybe more people were surprised about the positive EPS than expected. Right now, let's see the official after hours movement percentage, 8%. Wow, we're at 29.18. Damn, all of a sudden, that is a big move. That is quite a move. I mean, big, sort of. Not that much relative to the long term of GameStop if you've seen how it's moved in the past, but for the fact that basically wasn't moving at all just a few minutes ago as I started yapping away here, all of a sudden we're moving, right? Now let's keep reading about Europe. Okay, here we go. Segment by segment. So United States still has an operating loss. That is a bit concerning. That's still something we need to address, across the board. Canada, Australia, still a slight operating loss. However, consolidated, it is a pretty significant amount. And then I would think, the way they keep winding down things in Europe, they must be expecting that the Europe operating earnings will be positive, right? They were last year, which is interesting compared to this year. However, they got to make it happen one way or another. So we'll see how they continue to do that. But again, seeing it all the first time is hard to truly analyze it and say, oh, this is what's happening. So I'm trying to just comb through everything here. See if there's any update to the business priorities really quick. Achieve profitability during fiscal 2023. We continue to optimize our cost structure to align with our current and anticipated future needs. We will continue to leverage on cost containment, including closing underperforming stores. So to me, this says hey, we're not even going to slow down on closing stores if we need to keep doing that to maintain profitability. So already the tone I'm getting, I'll put tone from business priorities. Profitability is number one. We'll keep closing stores or do whatever it takes to stay net profitable. And again, I might revise that, just jotting that down for myself. Doesn't matter that priority spell wrong. I'll fix that another day. We exited our operations in Ireland, Switzerland, Austria. It's known. We initiated a plan to wind down our stores in Germany, with store operations scheduled to end by the close of the fiscal year. On November 8, 2024, we sold our Italian subsidiary, GameStop Italy, which operated our Italian stores and e-commerce businesses. The stores in Italy will continue to operate under the GameStop brand name for a transition period of up to 6 months. We recognized impairment expense of $17.6 million on the assets during the third quarter of 2024. The proceeds and loss of the sale are expected to be immaterial to our financial returns. So very minuscule part of it. And also, as I'm reading this, I see this is something I'm going to want to read into more. So you know what? I'll just take a screenshot of with it, right? Snipping tools. I'll just put GME. This is priorities. Q3-2024 earnings report. Right? And then I can go ahead now, pull up that folder, downloads, drop it right in here. Boom. Now I can read about it later. And then also, since it's Q3, I'm gonna make the blue. Again, this app is Obsidian. No free ads though. You know, I don't have any association with them, but it's really helped me organize my information. Now, let's say you guys are reading a report on your own, right? Maybe you're new to reading reports. Even if you just slightly follow stocks, right, or whatever the case, I really encourage you to read the reports. It's challenging, right? But like anything else you do in life, if you do the same thing over and over and over again, you keep reading reports, you get better at it, right? That's how it's gone for me. I'm still continuing to learn. You know, anyone who's watched me from the beginning has seen me evolve and just improve a lot, but I still have a long way to go, right? And what I do is I just keep going at it, keep reading things, keep trying to understand things, right? And let's say I read a particular sentence, right? Let's say the established omnichannel retail experience didn't make sense to me. I go to any of the AIs, go to Google's AI, go to ChatGPT, go to Grok, whatever you use, and just say, hey, explain this in simple terms. And then you could take notes on that, and it's just another way to keep proving yourself and understanding things over time. But all right, I've made you guys wait long enough. Let's hit the chat. I want to keep going through some things, but definitely want to interact with you guys because I appreciate you guys being here. What a time to be alive. SEC page like 5 minutes later. Comes out newsroom first. Thank you, Negative Daniel, way behind. Mike Victory. We'll put while I'm reading everything here. Damn. All right, we are up to $30 in the after hours. So all of a sudden, market is perceiving this report as positive. You know, earnings in terms of the top line did technically miss, right, in terms of analyst estimates, although I would take those with a grain of salt considering there's only 2 analysts that cover GameStop post-2021. And net income was estimated to be, right, EPS was estimated to be negative 3 cents by them, comes in at 4 cents, so technically a 7-cent surprise. Wow, what a candle. Here we go. What do we have here? All of a sudden it comes in at 420 maybe, yeah. 860 million, no earnings call. Catching up. Feed breaking up for a second if you read results. Okay, Truesome has some glitches. We haven't cared about net income with such a high market. Easy puts. Levon, hey, I welcome the Bulls. I welcome the Bears. Thanks for being here, brother. Oh, man, I can't even catch up. You guys are killing it in the chat. Ryan Cohen, Milk Investors. Roaring Kitty will reveal that he liked DJT Trump socks shit when Trump is announced Person of the Year on Magazine on Thursday. Really, King Ape? I don't know about that. Don't know about that, buddy. But it's all right. Like I said, we welcome anyone and everyone in here because we're just vibing. My friends, hi Tetron, Anthony, what up? I'll be doing well. Sideways, so an IV crush, so all you option players. Yeah, Anthony, that seemed to be the case all of a sudden. Great time to be a call option holder, right? But again, so I got to know thyself. All about knowing thyself. If you could stomach this risk, and again, just because it's at 30, like I was saying when it was at 27, just because it's at 27 at that moment, didn't mean it was going to be at that number when the market opens tomorrow. Just because we're at $30 right now doesn't mean that's where the stock price will be in the market opens tomorrow. So we'll have to see. But both calls and puts in either direction, I'm happy. Robin, hey, I wish you best of luck, brother, but you're going to need a big move one way or another to ultimately make a profit on that. Just because of the IV crush. Only buying long in the money calls and selling options. Hey, Cindy B, whatever works for you, my friend. They say they will not dilute the remainder of the year, which is nice to see. Alec, thank you. I did not see that so far. Let's see. That is very interesting. And it is nice to get a little bit of update. So let's see. Potential dilutive shares are excluded from the computation. Diluted earnings per share. Maybe it's in the overall report. I don't see that yet, but also I'm just skimming through things. So let me know if you're still here, Alec. Let me know what page you found that on because I'm very curious. It's definitely something I want to note down. But regardless, when I read through the report page by page, I'll find it anyway. Add target to the comparison list. Brett, thank you. That's another good one. Excellent earnings review. Just like and subscribe. John Doe, thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys. Drop a like, subscribe. Extra appreciation for that. And I will be doing a giveaway very soon. Don't do it yet, but I'm gonna have everyone put their X username in the chat. I'm gonna put it all in the wheel. I'm gonna do a $25 GameStop giveaway. $25 GameStop gift card giveaway. So just to be clear, guys, so you know what I'm all about, just kind of tell you a little bit about myself. Like, I just like stocks. I like the investing journey. I like talking about it. I like taking notes on it. Right? I don't know if you guys have seen that clip. I'm a big football guy, too. So that clip of John Harbaugh, he's talking about football. He's like, I like football. I like guys who like football. Guys who like football like me. I talk football with them. That's how I feel about stocks, right? And I really love the story that is GameStop. I've been in it for a while. A lot of people say, why do you care about that? You read so much about stocks. Why are you interested in GameStop? What's the deal with GameStop? And it's just such a unique story. And I think there's some crazy things underlying. But I like the stock, and that's just me personally. But I'm not here to tell you what to do, how to go about things, what the strategy is to be. I'm just trying to call it as I see it, report on it as accurately as possible, just because I don't think there's a lot of that going on in the world in terms of financial markets specifically. So just doing my best out here. Going to keep getting back on the grind of streams because honestly, it's a lot of fun streaming, just talking to you guys, interacting, getting an idea of where other people are thinking on these different things. So let's see. Oh, we got what we got here. Short Fridays. I owned 653,000 of GME stock. Left AMC last week at 539 and into GME with positive cash on hand. I'm a very happy camper. Short Fridays. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the donation, my friend. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I really do. But yeah, it's the thing is, guys. I've really shied away from talking bad about like AMC. There's the whole Bed Bath & Beyond previously, but the reality of it is, GameStop, in comparison to these other names such as AMC that it was force associated with for a long time, it's the only one that's really positive on the bottom line. And yes, while there are still things they need to figure out, it's a situation where they are in a position where they can take their time. They have an iron balance sheet and their net income is positive. So even if theoretically they don't do anything, right, that's not so exciting or flashy in terms of like what would make the stock price move, but they've put themselves in a position where they can take their time and really make the moves they want to make without having to rush because they have the positive EPS on a consistent basis now, right, or what is developing to be a consistent basis and a strong balance sheet. So again, Short Fridays, thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate you being here. Hope you're doing well. Excellent earnings review. Thank you, sir. I wish they had put even like 100 million of their 4 billion cash this fall. Nosna, thank you for being here. I was saying briefly before, I kind of thought the same too a little bit. I own Bitcoin. I'm all for Bitcoin. I absolutely love it. I hodl. I have a cold wallet, right? However, the more I thought about it, I ultimately determined, I don't think that's the route they're going to go. And two, like, I don't think that's what people want, right? Or what I necessarily want, because I buy Bitcoin because I like Bitcoin. Not every GameStop shareholder is liking Bitcoin. That's not why they're buying GameStop. I want GameStop to focus on GameStop. I'll focus on buying Bitcoin, right? Although I'm not saying I'm totally against it. If they did put a little bit of the cash, I'm not saying, oh, I hate that move. But I also understand, like, it just doesn't seem like a move that would be aligned with how management would like to go about things based on what we've seen so far, right? They're not saying a whole lot, but you got to look at like what they do. It just doesn't seem like something that would be aligned with kind of how they've gone about things and just Ryan Cohen's sort of like MO, if you want to say. Any forward guidance from the CEO, David? At this time, there's not, and that's just how they do things. And again, I know that's kind of controversial, but they're just this playing with the style of like cards close to the chest. We're not saying anything, right? And quick side note, as I'm yapping away here, it's always right, like. It's all fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy, right? It's always like an exact number, $31. It's not even just GameStop, right? But you realize the market's so many algorithms, right? And I guess part of it is too, there might be like a lot of ask orders to sell, right, at that particular price point because it's like a psychological barrier, I guess you could say, when you have like 30, 31 because it's an exact number. But it is strange to me, right? And I feel like it happens with GameStop even more than other stocks, but it definitely happens with other stocks too, where it'll peak at like an exact dollar amount, right? Like on just such a consistent basis. Not to say it's peaked, right? We could go past 31 by market open tomorrow. Just, saying during this quick little run up we had here between 420 and 436-ish, right? All of a sudden that 15 minutes there, some kind of capital was flowing into it one way or another. We got a little bit of a volume bump, right? But Generally speaking, in the after hours, it's a situation where you don't need a lot of volume to move the stock very dramatically. So to me, taking all this after hours movement with the utmost grain of salt, and I'm just really curious when I open my Yahoo Finance app at work tomorrow, GameStop, what's the stock price going to be? That's really what I'm most curious about, right? But even then, I'm just curious. I'm not like, oh, the stock price is this. I'm definitely going to sell now. I'm definitely going to buy, right? I'm just kind of riding the waves at this point for me. I've accumulated for a long time, so here we are. Crazy how a company doesn't want to do a conference call. Crushed. Well done, dude. Treylock, thanks for being here, man. Just doing my best to cover things. Call me the referee because I'm so official. No, that's my corny line of the day. But 4-year bag holder myself, I'd rather be skiing. Hey, skiing. It's quite the journey, right? Listen, I mean, I would say you're a bag holder if you're only just bought and held and not accumulated more shares. But again, everyone's in their own boat, their own situation. Always got to do what's best for you. What about the permission that granted RC permission to invest in equities? Any action on that front? No, sir. As I can see it, just upon a glance, I don't see anything on that. I think for the most part, I know you're referencing the investment policy. The investment policy really hasn't been executed on. I think that's part of where the speculation that they might buy Bitcoin or some other publicly traded stock to have ownership within in using that investment policy. But it seems like right now they're just using it for money market funds and just cash equivalents, right? But it does give them the ability to make that move when they see fit, right? But as it stands right now, no, there has not been anything major. Fired their accounting firm that was known before. Seems like Deloitte had issues. Interesting, Argent. I'm going to write that down. Thank you for throwing that out there. I'm going to put why? Okay. Why is profitable not allowed to stay? What's going on? Being hacked. No, but let's say so fired accounting firm. Just put that there. Something I want to research later. Let's keep going here. Overvalued. Hey, John. It's all good, brother. Take what you want. Are you on Twitter, X, or have a Discord room? I have an X account, sir. No Discord. I do have a Discord, but I stopped using it. I never really even got it going. I don't know. It's something maybe down the line, but at Tetron Invest, kind of trying to do some giveaways here and there. Just post information on GameStop, just analyzing, made these few little graphics. So if you want to catch me on there, and I tweet what I'm streaming, stuff like that. I'd probably tweet each week, like what my streaming schedule will be as I'm getting back into it here. And then also some videos, I want to just go into some different things, even beyond GameStop, just analyzing just interesting things I see out there, even beyond just stocks and finance, just business in general. Like I really would say I'm like a business junkie. Like I'm just really fascinated by but when it comes to learning about businesses, right? Like something I've been reading about a lot recently, all of a sudden, for whatever reason, is just like sports and business and how they kind of overlap and just some different aspects to that. So available shorts are decreasing, the price is not going down. Squeeze. Aka, I'll tell you this. Whatever you think is going to happen in the short term usually doesn't happen. So if there's all of a sudden people saying, oh, it's going to be a squeeze, it's going to be a squeeze, take that with the utmost grain of salt, right? And just I've seen time and time again in terms of the shares available to borrow. To me, that number really means next to nothing. But that's just me, and that's just based on historical information. Doesn't exactly mean that's based on what's happening going forward. But it's a situation where it just has consistently not really meant a whole lot, to be honest with you. We're 29. I'll go like the 10Q. Argent, good point right there. Let's go GameStop 29 plus. What do you think of this price move after hours? It's interesting, and it is like ever since the 10Q came out. So is it the algos or some individual, some firm, whatever the case, did they see, because that's a good observation that Argent made, that it was when the 10Q came out. Was there something in the 10Q that made that move happen? That's what I'm kind of curious about. Maybe the note that somebody, I think it might have also been Argus that mentioned, or I'm sorry, Argent mentioned that it was that they were not going to dilute anymore. I haven't found that yet in the report. Again, just going through it live here. So maybe it had something to do with that in terms of the move. 71 million shares registered with computer share. I think that's flat. Sounds about right. Gives up the best. Tony, I like it. Not everyone does, but that's all right. Oh, it's so hard to keep up, guys. So hard to keep up. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna just skip ahead. Throw it in the chat again. 30. Let's go. It's so silly. I love it. Hey, you gotta love the story. You have to actually send them to your broker kind of doer. You can open computer share account, buy them through them. It takes a while. The person's not logged in. It's not recommended now. Yeah, it's all about your personal preference. If you want to register shares in your name, you buy shares through a broker, send them to computer share. That's generally the easiest way. You could buy them direct to computer share, but if I had to pick one or the other, I would personally buy and then transfer. And I do have a good chunk of shares in computer share. I also do have shares in Fidelity IRAs. And, shares outside of Computer as well. So I'm kind of all over the place. AMC to the moon. Griffin, I think you might be in the wrong place. 140, give me 60 in market, and I can hope. Mika, I don't know about that, but hi, bud, to the moon. Chris, hope you're doing well. No, you're so zen and mature for your age, bro. Your brother seemed like it too. Ryan, thanks, man. Thank you. I try my best to be, honestly. I really try my best to be because it's a crazy world, and also just something I'm realizing, as time has gone on, is you want to be. It's a crazy world, right? So it's nice to be. I feel like people find it refreshing to be a calm presence. Like you want to be a calm presence. People have enough stress, enough craziness in their lives, right? For whatever reason or another, you don't want to contribute to that in any way, right? I really feel like I'm very like blessed, right, to realize that. Like I know like a lot of people don't realize that at my age, and I'm not saying like, oh, look at me, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I figured this thing out. I'm a genius. I've discovered fire, right? But like I'm just thankful to kind of have that thought perspective, right? So like I try and just kind of go about that life in that way, and then also just in doing this channel, like as I've evolved over time, right, I'm kind of moving into a more neutral approach. That's not to say I don't like GameStop and I don't believe in it, but I want to cover things just with a very like, okay, some are saying this, some are saying that, and this is why I'm saying how I'm seeing each side seeing their point of view, right? I'm kind of trying to move into that sort of tone, or I guess you could say content tone, right? And just keep improving. That's the thing, guys. Also, I'm realizing, I'm getting all motivational here and all spiritual, but anything you want to do, anything you want to get good at, just keep doing it over and over and over again. Even if it feels like you're not getting better at it, just keep doing it. Like that's really the key to it. And obviously, there's more to it than that, and obviously depends on what it is. If you're trying to be a doctor, you can't just keep doing random surgeries without any schooling, right? Obviously, that's a different example, but point being, just keep going at it, keep going at it, whatever it may be. So, but yeah, thanks again, Short Fridays. Just getting to there. So let's see. It was there. Look at the bottom of the press release. Oh, bottom of the press release. Company. Okay. Sorry, I completely missed it before. The company does not anticipate any further at-the-market offerings involving the offer and sale of its common stock in the current fiscal year. So they're saying for Q4, but at the same time, when you think about it, Q4 is done after January, so that's really only till another month and a half, but I will throw that in there because that is interesting. So I'll put like until Jan 31st, 2025, because when it's January 31st, 2025, that's the last day of the fiscal 2024 GameStop calendar, right? So every company has their own calendar. Like when I used to work for Marshalls, their parent company, the TJX company, their like fiscal calendar, right? Like we would get to, like if we got to 2024, it was fiscal calendar 2025 once it hit like February. So theirs was always 1 year ahead. GameStop's is more normal, it's more aligned, but their fiscal calendar is from February to January, meaning their Q1 is February, March, April. Their Q2 is June, July, August. Their Q3 is September. Well, I butchered that. Wait. February, March, April, and then June. No, sorry, May, June, July is Q2. Q3 is September, October. You guys get the point. You guys get the point. Tough to do it off the dome there. I'm missing a month, but you got what I'm saying here. So, objective tense. Geronimo. Michigan man. Nope, I am not, but thanks for being here. Laces out. Yes, sir, Chris. Do they do an earnings call? They do not, Todd. What's the name of that program for note taking, please? Dan, the program is Obsidian. It's very, very helpful to me in taking notes. It's really cool because I have like, it makes me look like a mad scientist, honestly. And the way you're able to draw lines, color code things, like it makes it a lot easier, right? Like, I have all the previous share offerings. I have them summarized when I need to reference those. Oh, well, I want to see what Max Payne is real quick. I want some quick links to GameStop earnings reports, right? And by the way, you can even add a live web page, right? Like I think this is from this one's literally from GameStop's website, right? Like I prefer mostly doing screenshots, but look, I can all of a sudden just go ahead and navigate a website directly through this as well, which I find to be cool. And you could even install plugins, so it's really dope, honestly. It's really helped me a lot in like organizing my ideas, even beyond just stocks. So that's what, 6 months? Yeah, 3 months. But let's see. Fair points also draw more attention to them if they went into Bitcoin, and it seems like they would want to keep it close to their chest. Fair take. Notice that that's also a fair point as well, though, that if they did buy Bitcoin, that would draw more attention to them, right? But, kind of already touched on that a little bit, so I'll keep going here. But I definitely, that is a very fair point. I think about that. Let's see. Investor relations. Do an earnings call. Oh, what's the name of the program? Oh, Dan, sorry. Thank you. Wait, let's see here. What do we got? Dan, what's the name of that program for note taking? Dan, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for the €2. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. And I apologize. I was just catching up with the chat, but the name is Obsidian. So just type it in here. It's Obsidian. And it's super dope. It's been really nice. And it's also easy, like the files are easy to move. And something actually you're reminding me as we're talking about this right now, I need to back this up because it's honestly been a lot of notes, and look here, guys, I have way more. I have other canvases, all kinds of information, right? It just goes on. And I definitely want to make sure all of that saves. So if you do start doing Obsidian, make sure you're backing that up, right? Just kind of like a cold wallet, you want to back that. Well, not exactly, but yeah. Guess Q3 means that, so no dilutions for 3 months, about February. Exactly, Argent. Yes, sir. No dilutions the rest of the year. It's the last bullet point. I'm sorry, Ruben. I'm sorry. I was just catching up. It's right there. Poor Ruben. I'm literally driving this poor guy crazy. He's like, it's right there. It's right there. And I was like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I was literally like, wait, where is it? Newsroom. Oh, it's right here. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. No, I don't know. But we got it. There's your shares. That's the last bullet point. You keep saying it. You can't see. Oh my God. I'm sorry for it. It's cracking me up reading it. I got you. I read it. Reincarnated back to Earth. Only the trade invest in GME. Hey, Chris. What a time to be alive. Am I right? Finally, my God. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. His love for GME is greater than anything in this world. Hey, Chris. It's just the way she goes. Squeeze happened just at the end of January. Just saying. Yeah, Argent. It would be interesting if GameStop did move in January in correlation, right, or in the general timeline that we saw in 2021. Would it mean some form of, basket trades or whatever the case was kicked down the line? Because when you look at the Archegos bankruptcy filing, it showed they really got themselves into trouble by doing custom basket swaps. And when you look at the stocks that were affected by it, they were massively being shorted, but it wasn't even being reported. Or they were massively being bought and it wasn't being reported because of the nature of the family office, and the family office was working with counterparties and doing custom swap baskets. So just saying, the idea is that type of stuff is also happening with GameStop, right? I'm sure I'm not the only one theorizing on that, but that's what seems to, like, things sort of the same to that, if not a custom basket swap, or just in the same boat or relative to that same kind of transaction or trade, or however you want to look at it, right? Or however you want to describe it, whatever the case. We got some form of something happening here, right? Like, yes, there was some hype, but there definitely was somebody needing or having demand for a demand to buy shares to satisfy some sort of trade. I really believe that's also why we got this massive amount of volume in here. And the question is, like, will we see something like that again going into January? I wouldn't bet on it. Again, for me, I've seen enough unfold where every time there's like a particular hype date or people are saying like, oh, this is the day, oh, this is really the turning point, it really pretty much never plays out, right? And I'll give you a couple examples, and I leave these on here, right, like in the corner, just to remind myself when the new quote-unquote tinfoil comes out, right? And it's fine to speculate, just to be clear. It's perfectly fine to speculate. You're absolutely more than welcome to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But in terms of like, oh, everybody's got to buy, like, I'm going to go post everywhere that everybody should buy this because of this like very dramatic theory I have, or, it all depends, right? I guess on your tonality around it. But it's fine to speculate and like post and tweet out like what you think might happen, but you're not going to want to go all in because of some speculation in any which way, right? Remember this? It was like, what is this, 4chan? It's like, oh yeah, the ATM was part of the plan to help them quietly cover and all that, right? It's like, I'm an NDA, so I can't give any more information, right? I have an NDA, right? A bunch of nonsense. And then also the whole Wu-Tang tinfoil nonsense. Like, oh yeah, it's like a partnership, and it's because they literally had GameStop in the code. But what did it wind up being? It wound up being that they were pretty much, I mean, someone could correct me if I'm wrong or share a separate opinion, but how I wound up seeing is that it really wound up just being them leeching onto GameStop, trying to just kind of take advantage of the hype, right? And that's like we've seen with the Solana coins, like, oh, GME coin, oh yeah, why would I want GME coin when there's GameStop stock? Like, it's just so stupid, right? Like, who's making these coins? I mean, we know scam artists are making them, right? And I'm not even like, listen, if you want to trade the GME coin, do what you want to do, right? But just understand, like, look at I can't even say it. What a world we're living in, right? Look at the Hawk coins. Think of the Hawkonomics. I'm just kidding. You gotta laugh at this stuff. Oh my god. I don't even feel bad. It's like I do, but I don't. But I don't feel bad for anybody that lost money on the Hawk coin, right? But even the people that got in it, right? And shout out to CoffeeZilla. He covers the meme coins really well in terms of how they're scam. People think, oh, I can get in and I can get out, right? Like I can make a swing trade before the rug happens. The thing is, unless you're a developer or an insider, you don't know when the rug's going to happen. So you could get rugged, and you could get screwed. So you're kind of just gambling, right? And then the people who are on the inside or have knowledge, those are the ones that make money in the rug pull because they know when the rug is going to be pulled, or they're the one pulling the rugs by selling, right? So to me, like, also just, I don't want to be involved in meme coins, right? Like my friend at work, I told him, like, do you hear that senator from Georgia bought like ski mask dog coin? And he's like, screw it, I'm buying some right now. Because I'm like, why? He's like, it's fun. I don't care. But he's looking at it in the right way. At least he knows he's just straight gambling, right? And like, I'm like, if that's what you want to do, it's fine. He's not like, oh yeah, it's gonna work out. And also, he's putting like $100, so it's like nothing, right? But point being, like, I personally just stay away from anything like that. I don't want anything to do with that. I really, like, when you look at my portfolio of cryptocurrency, I don't even really say I'm a crypto guy. I'm more so a Bitcoin guy. My account, or if you look at my cold wallet, it's like 96, maybe 97% Bitcoin, 3-4% Ethereum. And that's just how I go about it. And for me, I've kind of touched on this a little bit in the past, but I'll say it again. We'll get back to the stock price here. But my financial journey, right, has kind of been this in a nutshell. Started in 2014, 2015, Stubbled show, went to a Scott's trade with my mom, opened an account. They're explaining how it works. She's like, I have no idea. You should talk to him. He wants to do this. And I'm like, okay, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just trying to buy a few stocks, learn the ropes, whatever. They're like, oh, okay, did a small transfer. I had literally just like a couple $100 that I had made, right, from that snowstorm. The next snowstorm, I was like, nice. I have another like 125 to throw on there. And I was like, yeah, I can grow my money. So started doing that. Started kind of trading around, not so much so. Then started messing with options around 18. Also trading all the meme coins, right? First started trading Bitcoin late high school, which was like 2017, 2018. And I was trading like all the meme coins. And I got burned, on, what was the one? I don't even know. I can't even think of the name right now. But I made silly mistakes with options and meme coins. And even was, I would say, very aggressive from like 2018 to 2021. But the good thing was, during that period, I was in high school and college, and I was paying for my own college. So I had very limited money to lose, right? So I was very fortunate. I made my silly mistakes, or my undisciplined mistakes, I guess you could say, because again, it's fine to trade speculative assets if you have a plan in place and you have an ideology behind it and you know what your risk tolerance is, right? At that time, I'm a young individual. I'm just starting in the markets, right? And while not everyone's always young when they start in the markets, people come in the markets, they're just figuring it out. So I was very, very fortunate to have the experience where I was able to make my mistakes early and not lose significant capital because I didn't have significant capital, right? So by 2021, my story with GameStop really getting involved is I bought a call option that went crazy, right? And I had made a lot. The only reason I even did it is because I made a lot on Palantir call options back when it was first going up, right? When you look at Palantir's chart, right? Obviously, it's done really well right now, but it was like right in here where this option happened, right? And you could see it's right around the time when GameStop had exploded. So what happened was I made a bunch of money on options from like here to here because I saw this dip, right? Or something in there, right? In early January. And pretty much I took some of that money and I'm like, I could take a chance on GameStop, right? And by the way, I still hold Palantir a stock to this day. Excuse me. It's gone absolutely crazy lately. I'm going to just keep holding on. I think it has so much potential in the long term. It's truly unique what they're doing. And yeah, I believe it. I'm not going to get into all of Palantir right now. It's a GameStop day. But point being, then I went into GameStop and I basically bought a call option like right somewhere in here, right? Like during that crazy week, like right before the peak. And I was trading on Robinhood. I was trading options, right, on a consistent basis, doing some day trades, doing all kinds of things. Like during that period, because also think about it, I'm at home, right? Everybody's at home. So that's when I really accelerated my trading from like March 2020 to like January 2021. Or I would say even to like throughout 2021 a little bit, right? So about a 1 year period. I start trading a lot. I buy that GameStop option. it's during the day, it's going up from like, it goes from being worth 200 to 300. Like I buy it for 200 bucks, right? I'm like, whatever. I don't care if it goes to zero. I just made so much on Palantir. It goes from 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. As the day's ending, it's rallying. I'm like, oh my gosh, volatility's picking up. I'm like, this is great for the option. It's like 1200. I'm like, all right, I'm going to take profit. It's like 330 at that point. You're out of day trades. I'm like, oh my God, right? Oh my God. I literally have to hold the stock now overnight. I'm screwed. At that point, it was just nobody knows what's going to happen. But I'm like, I guess I just have to hope for the best. By the time the market closes, it's worth 1800. That call option. It's like a weekly. It's like the farthest one out of the money at that time. And then after hours, the life-changing tweet, GameStonk. One word, one made-up word by Elon Musk. He tweets GameStonk. Changed a lot. It really changed the game for me. The next day, I sold it for a ridiculous amount. I'm not going to say the exact number, but it was slightly over 5 figures. And after that, right, you see GameStop was through a volatile period. I traded options right until about here. Like I would say pretty decently aggressively with some of that money. I took out a large majority of it, but I was literally able to pay off a student loan, which again, incredibly thankful. And again, I lost plenty of money all during this period, not in GameStop, but in other stocks and silly cryptos. I'm trying to be a trader, whatever the case, right? So I traded options a little bit in here, some good, some bad, and ultimately around here decided I'm done. I'm just going to start acquiring shares on GameStop, right? And that's really what I've done ever since this period here. I've just acquired shares the whole way, and now more recently, right around starting in here, really dabbling with it more so in here. I started doing it more so like selling put options on GameStop. Right now, I'm the option seller because most options, generally speaking, and especially with GameStop, expire worthless, right? So that's kind of been my journey. But really from in here, I mostly was buying a lot of GameStop, Bitcoin, and a few other things such as Palantir or such as just contributing to my 401k, which is being put into the S&P 500. So I personally choose to do my 401k as just 100% S&P 500. And then also just saving a lot of cash because there's not that I want to be in cash, but I have, life events coming up that I just want to be prepared for and I want to be liquid. I need cash on hand, right? So again, that's just a quick rundown of kind of what my story's been, how I've gone about things, and where I've come from and why I think the way I do at this point. And again, it's fine to make some speculative trades, and like the very rare occasion I will, but for the most part, I'm doing generally safer things. Although, selling a put option on Mara, right? And I'm trying to do the wheel on Mara. If it's gone down, right? Like I sold a put option on it, like right here, now it went down. Or maybe it was here. I don't remember exactly, right? I've had it like a few days. But point being, sold a put option, now it went down. If Mara's not above 25 by expiring in a couple weeks or whatever expiration I have, that's fine. I'll just turn around and sell a $25 call on Mara. And I don't mind selling $25 calls on Mara as long as it takes until the stock price goes back above 25, and then I'll start selling puts again. So in that case, I'm really just executing the wheel, and Mara is like particularly volatile. And again, that's a risk I'm willing to take because I feel like the underlying business is here to stay and stick around, even if it has some short-term struggles. But again, that's just perspective of mine, how I'm going about things, and kind of the journey I've been on. And everyone's journey is different, right? And I realized with that one particular options trade, I was so incredibly blessed and like so incredibly lucky that I was out of day trades, and that helped me. I was going to sell and think, wow, I turned 200 into 1500 in like less than one trading day. This is absurd. Instead, I literally paid off like a small college loan, right? And I went to a small school on purpose, like not have a massive a college bill, right? And also, I'm pretty much debt free at this point. The only debt I have is one small loan from the government at an interest rate of 2%. And I've always told myself, if I can't earn more than 2% in a high yield savings, I can immediately just take some cash I have and pay it off. I could pay it off tomorrow if I wanted, but why would I pay off the loan when it's only 2% interest or 2 point something percent interest when I'm earning roughly 4% right now, and I was earning up to 5% on a Marcus like high yield savings account, right? Marcus by Goldman Sachs, or you could use a money market account. So that's just me, and I like the idea of being debt free for the time being. I think there's good debt though. I'm not like Dave Ramsey. I'm never going to do debt, right? Or like GameStop, pretty much no debt. For me, I'm going to do what I consider to be good debt. And right now, that only good debt and the only debt I have is that student loan, right? It helped me get my education, minimal interest, and I'm earning more interest on my cash, kind of offsetting the interest that's being accumulated on that, right? But again, everyone has their own journey. It's just about like learning from it. That's, I think, the whole big thing too, right? Whether it's GameStop or anything else or whatever your situation is, right? Just keep learning, just keep trying to figure out, and yeah, turn into a motivational speaker sometimes by accident, but here we are. Let's see. Hopefully no one else says something in the chat. You've been trying to get my attention for like 10 years and I'm not paying attention. Poor Reuven, man. Poor Reuven. Thanks for sticking it out through that. He's excited. GME, Squirrely Squirrel. Thanks for being here. Yes, sir, Dan. I got you, man. We got it. Yes, sir, Reuven. It's a good price to short GME. Hey, the professor, '07. Best of luck if you're going to short it. Honestly, I just don't see why you'd want to do that with positive net income and a strong balance sheet. Sure, it may not go up, right? They may not do anything flashy in the near term, but do you really see the stock price going down that much with this much cash? Because when you look at, right, thank you. You actually just reminded me of something I want to do. So if you look at shares outstanding, right, what do we have? So we have 437.4, and then we have how much cash? So if we do calculator, let's do 4583.4 divided by 437. So they have about $10.47 per share in cash right now. So when you look at it at $27 a share, that's like a 2.7 times multiple on just the cash, right? Doesn't even consider their other assets or the fact that they're net profitable, which again, not massively, but I just don't see why I'd want to short at this point. And also, I'm pretty sure you have to pay a decent premium in terms of the cost to short it. But go right ahead, man. Go right ahead. You're always more than welcome. And like I said, I welcome the bulls. I welcome the bears. I welcome all. We'll put that in here. Put roughly $10.40 per share in cash. Then, as we've chatted here, we've seen GameStop kind of do nothing after earnings. 10Q came out. We ran at 31. Now we're back down to 28. Just keep in mind, anything could happen between now and market open tomorrow. That's just the reality of it. So, let's see. Andrea, what do you think about Tesla? Andrea, I think Tesla's reached 1,700 by the end of 2027. Andrea, I mean, listen, I think Tesla will continue to thrive. They're one of the only one of the only electric vehicle companies that are actually net profitable, and really something they've been doing. And the reason I know a decent amount of Tesla is I have a friend and former coworker who's really into it. Shout out to you if you're here, Greg, my guy. But he told me about a lot of what they do and how they're going about things, and basically they're simplifying, right? Like they're making it so there's less parts to assemble the car. They're simplifying the assembly process and really just scaling everything up so that Tesla's margins are scaling as well. And then even beyond that, like just having Elon Musk driving things, you know, obviously that's an incredible force behind what they do, and just the power side of what they do, right? Like electric energy. So I think they have a lot of potential, and it probably will keep going up a lot, but you know, it's going to be a volatile ride, and I don't know the specific valuation and like their specific margins or anything like that, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But I think generally speaking, in the long term, you know, they're going to keep doing well. Just like generally speaking, the Magnificent Seven will probably continue to outperform the S&P 500 as a whole. James Rollin pushing trash coins, really squill. Let's see where we at. Earnings call starting. Three inevitability. There is no earnings call, my friend, but thanks for being here. Treehouse Brewing does its marketing too. Alec, nice. Okay. No earnings call, Ronan. Alec, yeah, what is the deal? Someone told me the deal with Treehouse Brewing. I know, like, they had, like, that GameStop kit, like, beer a while back, and he's local. Like, he, as in the Roaring Kitty, is local to Massachusetts, or was local. I don't know if he still lives there, and that's a local brewery in Massachusetts. So if anyone has any more insight on that, I don't know too much about them, so let me know. We had earnings call, no earnings call, no earnings call, pump and dump. Okay, whatever you say, Anthony, dog. Selling puts. Hey, Kevin, selling puts is a bullish position, my friend. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it because you're selling cash secured puts, and then if the stock price goes down, you acquire stock at a lower price point than what it once was. GameStop 2 Strongs. Freedom Seed, thanks for being here. You can find earnings on GameStop's investor relations. It's always the best place to find the numbers, and you'll also find them right here on the screen right now. I'll leave them up for a moment. We green, yes sir, because I can. Like that Fitzy meme. Shout out Fitzy if he's here. I'm sure you guys have seen him on X. He's kind of just covering GameStop, and he's an options guy and just covering a lot of different stuff on GameStop and some other market mechanics. But he always posts that classic meme. I always think of it. I said we green, about like that cat like kid in the classroom. I know it's been getting shorter right now as we speak, almost negative. Hey, the prof, that's how it goes, my friend. That's just how it goes. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up and around. Welcome back to the streaming, Tetron. Hope everything's good. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Michael, hope you're doing good, my friend. Hey, we're back, brother. We are back. I really want to keep streaming consistently going forward. So I'm trying to figure out a schedule. I'm thinking like twice a week. But follow me on X. I always post updates on there at Tetron Invest. So be sure to follow me there. I'll be kind of posting what my streaming schedule is going to be, if it's going to vary week to week, just so keep talking to you guys, keep interacting, talk about GameStop, Bitcoin, you name it, anything finance, general business related. I love it. I'm going to research it. I'm going to talk about it, right? And I've also been just taking a lot of notes here, right? Even on all sorts of other stocks and different things. So definitely want to keep just sharing with you guys as I find different things. But again, of course, I'm not in the business of giving financial advice, guys. I really don't want to be. I really just want to share different things I see, share with you what I find fascinating, just things I'm coming across, things that I'm seeing discussed, and just cover it in the most honest way possible, because I feel like honest media is just so hard to find these days, and definitely the case in finance, right? Look at CNBC. They just pump stocks up, and then Jim Cramer says this is going to happen, and the opposite happens, right? That's just the way she goes. Z-Man, all these people are crooks, including your Ryan Cohen, your Roaring Kitty Cohen. They're all in the same boat as Mayo. Stock dumping. Z-Man, I just don't think that's the case, my friend. I think it's a situation where it's a unique story. You can enjoy the ride, whether you want to be on the roller coaster, you want to be watching the roller coaster, you want to be riding the roller coaster inversely and shorting it. Everyone's got their own path, right? And that's part of what makes this story so interesting. Posted you on Discord because I can. I got you. I'll check that out. I have to log. It's literally been so long since I've been on Discord. I got to go back. If you do total assets, it's even more. Shakuri, thank you for that. Thanks for being here. Let's see what we got here. Total assets. Take a glance at it. Total current assets definitely went up, obviously because of the cash. And, oh yeah, definitely total assets went up because of cash overall raised. Just keep in mind, all the cash raises pretty much happened throughout Q3, and now we're seeing it all reflected now. Hello, everyone. Whiskey, what's up? Hope you're doing well. These shorts are truly screwed. They're still shorting. They're just going to get wiped out eventually. Listen, Hab, I think it's one of those things at this point. I'm personally at peace with it. I say, if you don't like the stock, short it. If you like the stock, buy it. If you don't care about the stock, just sit back and watch, right? Everyone's got to take their own path, do their own thing. And ultimately, if the company drives forwards and succeeds and gets over that hump and gets net income continuing to grow and ultimately growing revenue with that, anyone who's betting against the company is going to get burned one way or another. And anything, theoretically underlying will just naturally bubble to the surface. That's kind of been my opinion over time. Used to say MOAS, right? Mother of all short squeezes. And to me, like, what I've kind of evolved to, and I feel like I've been saying this for a while, and like I said, I always try and keep it real with you guys. Yes, I said it more originally, and that it was going to mean something big, very dramatic, but now I feel like it's going to be more so a slong. I was trying to say slow and elongated, and I put slong as the word, right? So maybe we're adding words to the dictionary today, but slow and elongated squeeze up, right? To some extent, but also mother of all short squeezes. Like, it's not a real defined thing. So to me, it's what it means to you. What do you consider MOAS to be, right? Everybody's definition is different. That's how I kind of see it. To me, it's just a consistent grind upwards for GameStop stock. That's how I personally see MOAS, quote unquote MOAS, or what I would describe it as, right? But that's just me. And it's also one of those things as times moved on, and I've kind of evolved. Like, I don't say it as much anymore, but I'm not scared to say, like, oh yeah, previously I said that, and that's kind of how I thought about things. But also, that's what this whole channel is about, just evolving and growing as a person and in my understanding of finance, economics, individual stocks, whatever the case. Noah Good, what up, Noah? Hey, my brother. I'm also Noah, so good to see you. Merchandising idea, Tetroni pasta. Leapfroggles, I'll keep that in mind. I've been getting into cooking more so lately, so maybe I need to make a signature dish and call it Tetroni pasta. Keep that in mind. So cooking's a lot of fun. It's relaxing. I try to listen to a podcast or even just in the peace and quiet. And also, as somebody who literally had no experience, right, just getting into it, I'm like realizing a lot of it is being patient, like a lot of other things in life, trying to figure something out. You got to be patient. You got to keep doing it over and over and over again, right? Just like the stream, just like me reading about stocks. I'm treating cooking the same way. No earnings call, Steve, but thanks for spending some time here. Appreciate you being here. These shorts are truly screwed. I think we hit an all-time high. I personally do think we will hit an all-time high, but In what time frame, I couldn't tell you. I don't think it's going to be all that soon. I don't think it's impossible for it to happen in 2025, but it also is very likely to be after 2025, in my opinion. But again, nobody truly knows, right? That's the whole thing. Nobody truly knows. So you just got to kind of see what happens. But I think shorting's great. The stock market wouldn't be the same if there was no shorting allowed. Yeah, listen, I have mixed opinions, right? Like, obviously, excessive short selling I think is ridiculous, and there should be rules in place, and those rules should be like there are rules in place, right? But those rules have to be followed. And really, how I see blockchain technology, right? Like generally speaking, how exactly this gets put into place, I don't know. But really being widely adapted and really widely useful in the financial sector is you should be able to validate that people are following the rules by having that information on the blockchain. How that exactly happens, I could not tell you. I don't have the expertise in that, but I think that would be a really good use case for blockchain technology, very generally speaking, because a lot of the things that go on, unfortunately, a lot of it has been, right? And not to say it will always continue to be this way. Hopefully things will kind of evolve, right? Generally for whatever other reasons, right? Or whatever other factors. But it's been a situation where it's a revolving door between who runs these large investment firms and who's managing the SEC, right? So it's very easy to just look the other way if you have suspicion or you have a tip that something odd might be going on. Oh, I'll just look the other way, right? When you know somebody or you have connections, right? And again, that's just allegedly, theoretically. But point being, if it's public information, right, to an extent, because obviously, clients' information has to be secured or whatever the case, right? It depends on the fund or the type of trade. And there's a lot of logistics to it, right? As you could tell from me just theorizing on it here, that would have to be figured out. But it would be, to me, really a good way to just validate things, right? Because I think a lot of people just want the same thing and just have different viewpoints, but want the same thing in that everybody should follow the rules and there should be some form of transparency with what these institutions are doing. Obviously, like, they should, if it's going to be a trade that's going to move the market some way, it should be able to be disclosed like later, or everything is different, right? Every situation is different. My point being, if there's a way, like, I don't even know how on this tangent, that blockchain technology could kind of be leveraged to validate what is valid and what is a bunch of baloney, I think that's where shorting is, then a much more legitimate tool, right? Like, it still is a legitimate tool, but it's just like when you go down the rabbit hole, you realize like some of the crazy things that could really be going on with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But see, it's from MA, so it's a very well-known beer in MA. Thank you, Alec. I appreciate that. If I'm ever in the Boston area or Massachusetts, I'm definitely going to go ahead and check that out because I'm curious. I noticed that GME 51 crew YouTuber don't stream at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern time, open time slot. Because I can, yeah, I gotta, for me, stream in the nighttime. So for me, I work during the day. I'm on the East Coast, so I work 9 to 5. It's really like a 7-ish o'clock stream is most ideal for me. Come home, eat dinner and stuff. So Schlog is already worried. Class guy. You're right. Moas is 15K plus per share. Andrew, hey, over time, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. No dilution. Already, whoop, going too fast now. No dilution till March in the woods. Thanks for that. Yes, sir. Behold the Singularity Engine. I think this stock will move either up or down the next few days. Not financial advice. Holy shit, guys. Behold the Singularity Engine. Just really cracked the code. I can't believe I actually didn't think of this sooner. But let me read his comment again. I think the stock will move either up or down the next few days. Not financial advice. Behold, thank you. You are so correct. No, but I know what you mean, man. I love it. I love it. Cohen screwed. Any chances of squeezes because of the dilutions? There's simply too much liquidity right now. Your only hope is actual great guidance and occasional gamma squeeze. Abe's, I hear what you're saying, but to me, I want the company to evolve and improve. And, I've theorized earlier in the stream about the idea of them ultimately merging with the parent company PSA, which is Collectors, which new board member Nat Turner is CEO of Collectors. And he was part of the investment group that bought it out and took it private in 2020. So I don't think that's impossible, but I also think at some point they're going to use their cash to make that big move, and that's really when they'll get rocking and rolling. And in the meantime, they've been doing the little things, right? You get private label brands such as CandyCon. I would really like to see them do more private label brands, even beyond CandyCon. And then the new mobile controller. right? That's just another little thing. Mod Retro, again, not game breakers, but just all the little things. And PSA, they're really leaning into that. And I watched a great interview. I got to find it. If you guys look it up, Nat Turner interview. It was like BCG Collector or something like that on YouTube. And it was like a 1 hour, 20-minute interview. I listened to it at work today, right? Obviously, I'm trying to focus on my job. Listen to that as I go along. But in listening to that, I was learning a lot about the PSA process and just realizing how large the collecting market is, even beyond just cards, right? He's talking about how collectors also is involved in coins and like unopened video game cases or in putting it like old games in certified cases, right? Similar to kind of PSA. And I have some PSA cards here. So for myself, I've been getting into it. And what they were saying on that stream is why it's really interesting that GameStop did this is that the big time collectors, and he was talking about too how companies will send their cards to PSA in like massive quantity, like I guess to unbox a lot of them, send them all in to get graded, get them back, and then go sell them, like those accounts you see on eBay that are selling like just a ton of different cards. But what GameStop's partnership with PSA is allowing them to do is get new people such as myself in the door of grading or going through the process of grading, because otherwise, right, like I have these few cards that I want to get graded. Steelers fans, so I got Mr. Unlimited Russell Wilson, and then we also got Jesper Brad here. I got a couple of these. One of these is numbered, right? I'll show you guys a better one, a better version. See, boom. This one's signed. This one, there we go in focus. What is it? 18 of 99, and then Steelers fan, Russ, aka Mr. Unlimited, right? So I'm going to get that graded as well. But with that being said, I think it's just about time for the giveaway, guys. So definitely curious to see if something more comes of the collectibles thing. Again, I'm just reading about it a lot between today and yesterday. And I think it's possible it's a situation where they ultimately acquire it or merge in some way. The thing is, they would have to raise more capital, right? Because when you look at the last financing round they had, it's actually, I think, the only financing round that I could find, at least, from when the company's been private, because it was previously public until Nat Turner's investment group bought it out. And I also have to dig a little deeper into Nat Turner, so feel free to throw any information in the chat that you guys might have on that, so, or on him if you've done any particular research or found anything that you found interesting. Because I'll add to the notes here and whatnot, but they raised $100 million, in funding at a $4.3 billion valuation, but that was March 30th, 2022. So I should make sure back. March 30th, 2022. So 2.5 years later, I'm sure the valuation is higher. GameStop currently has $4.6 billion in cash on hand. So as it stands right now, it would have to be more of a merger situation. Whereas if it's an acquisition, they would have to raise more capital. And just with the nature of how they've done things and their general tone from the very limited information we have got, I don't see them issuing debt unless they really think that they're going to make that much more revenue or it's really going to move the needle that much where they're willing to take on some debt in order to make this transaction. I think it'd be more of a situation where they wait for some kind of gamma squeeze type event. Not that they're necessarily identifying it that way from the management perspective, but just some situation where they see the stock price make another run to $40, $45, something in that range, and then issue some more shares, raise some more cash, have enough cash to make that transaction and evolve them in a big way. But that is strictly speculation. Let me be perfectly clear. But it is encouraging to see them have the drop off your cards, send it in to get authenticated, either trade it in or come back and collect the card. I think that's a really simple process. It's really good for someone like myself who just wants to get involved in this, just further understand it. And another Nat Turner was saying on that interview that he did was that a lot of people create a PSA account, start the process of putting in the information to send in their card, get the control number or in the whatever particular process they do, and doing it through their website, which I have not personally done at this time. But it would be kind of curious at some point, maybe, like if I do wind up sending some cards, and I was saying before, my grandfather gave me some old baseball cards a while back. I have to dig those up and look through them and be like, is it worth sending these in to be graded? Maybe I would send some through GameStop and then send a couple just directly to PSA just to be able to personally compare it and get both experiences and give you guys some feedback on how it went for me. But what Nat Turner, I digress, what Nat Turner was saying during his interview with the guy on YouTube, and again, just look it up, Nat Turner interview, I'm sure it'll come up. I think it was like BCG Collector was the YouTuber's name. I'm going to post about it on X, so if you don't already, follow me on X. Where are we? at Tetron Invest. I'll be posting on it later this week, right? But basically, he was saying that a lot of people create the account, start the process, but then don't go through with it. And having GameStop as a physical location, people who are just wanting to try it out, like it's not for the big collectors, GameStop, it's for the smaller, newer collectors that are wanting like a middleman to facilitate it, wanting an easy process just to get involved with it. And that's exactly the type of situation I'm in. Like I wouldn't have got, like I've had these cards, but I wasn't going to send them in to be graded. But now that I can do it through GameStop with ease, I'm only doing a few of them. I'm happy to give it a shot, right? But at the same time, previously I was happy to not bother doing it. So I think it will open the door to a lot of new collectors, and that's where it's beneficial to PSA. It just grows the overall market they're in, and they're absolutely the primary player in the collectibles market as far as I see it in terms of card grading, like specifically with cards, and they're doing some other stuff such as like coins and other authentication services. But all in all, it's bringing more people in the GameStop store as well, so it's beneficial for GameStop. And then also, I'm sure they're getting a cut of the cards being sent in to be graded, so that's boosting their margins as well, because relative to their other products, like they don't really have a cost of goods for it. It's more so just a service they're providing. So now they kind of have goods and services, I guess you could look at it as. But kind of throwing a lot of information out there, all just theorizing. Again, guys, a lot of information I've been reading and storing in my head the past few days. So brain's feeling a little cooked, but it's good. It's good to be exhausted from working hard. And listen, I'm not saying, oh, I'm the hardest worker either. Like there's always more work to do. But all right, guys, here we are. We did a giveaway on X. So I do some giveaways on X as well. So follow me there. Get all the updates for Tetron on there. But I did a giveaway today where it was like whoever's closest to net income. I think somebody said 20 million. Oh, 15 million. It might be. All right, so we're going to have to go through 50 cents, or sorry, 5 cents EPS, 20 million, 18 million. I think Almighty Nick is actually going to be the winner. But we're going to see. That's not official yet. I'm going to go through that later on tonight, and I'll reach out to the individual. But right now, what I want you to do, if you want to be entered into the competition, what time do we have here? It's 8:29, right? Let's see, because my computer clock, you guys can't see it because my name's covering it, is 5:22, but it should be 5:29. So for the next 5 minutes or so here, if you want to just put your X username in the chat, or you can put your X username, or you need to have an X account because I'm going to DM you on X after. Put your X username in the chat, put anything in the chat, and I'll enter you in to win the gift card. Actually, you know what? Put enter me. Put enter me dash whatever your message. Put enter me in the front of your message though, so I can know to add you in to the wheel here. So we're gonna do that over the next 5 minutes here. Put enter me dash whatever message you want to put out there to me, and I'll add you in to the $25 GameStop gift card giveaway. Or you know, just put anything. As long as the chat's not moving fast, it should be fine to make it happen. So let's see. Is this the guy going to? Is this the guy going to stream the conference call? Scott? No, because there will be no conference call, but thank you for being here. There's nothing wrong with naked shorting. You take the responsibility. I mean, I guess I see what you're saying, but at the same time, like, if you can do that unlimitedly with no share tied to it, then who's to say there can't be the same situation like GameStop had in 2021 where this same share is shorted over and over and over and over again. But then I guess I see what you're saying, where the market will correct itself, then there will just be a massive influx of demand. But when we see that the game could just be turned off, that's where I feel like there's a complication. So it's like, I agree that the markets, like free markets, should be free markets, and they should just, whatever players are out there in the markets are going to make the moves they're going to make, and the free markets should just do what the free markets are going to do, and the business should just perform to their best ability, and that would ultimately determine what happens. But also you have to consider that there's market mechanics in place where like all these different type of workarounds are kind of happening. So that to me is where it's kind of crossing the line. But I definitely agree with like the markets should just perform however they perform, and it shouldn't really be like involvement in or over involvement in dictating them one way or the other, right? And that's also, kind of the argument, a little bit off topic, but in terms of the Fed, and like they're always getting involved in interacting with the markets, like with interest rate cuts or hikes or whatever the case. But then you kind of like push off a recession. That's the idea. Then it's just worse down the line. That's kind of what we saw in 2008, but I digress. Very, very schlong GME. No dilution until March. Whether up or down. Bro, come on. There's no way that will happen. I need to smoke while you're smoking. T-Bags gets it. T-Gags gets it. Yes, behold the Singletary engine. No earnings call, but earnings positive. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tran Trunk, thanks for being here. I hope it stays in the range. I want to buy even more. Hey, Chris, exactly. It's all about knowing thyself. You're welcome, my dude. No earnings call, no Timmy, but thanks for being here. After holiday sales in GME, 25 will be worth more than it is today. It will be crazy. A bit disappointed they have committed to no ATM soon. I like the cash. Am I wrong? I'm saying, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I feel like you don't want to over dilute. And when you're not making a move at this particular time, I don't think you want to just keep stacking cash forever. I think it's a situation where if the stock price goes up significantly, that's where you may want to consider issuing more shares or doing another ATM. But otherwise, I think they're fine where they're at right now. Congrats to GMAS. Just forgot to talk for a second. Congrats to the GME investors. What's happening, Tetron? Endgame, what's up? Hope you're doing well. You should invest on Mario Party. Party wins. Very funny, Val. Very funny. Mr. Unlimited. News. What's the news in the woods? What's the news? Is there any news? Pulling my leg. I don't see anything. I don't think so. Let's go back here. Said no more dilution. The interview is a must view for GME investors. For the first time in years, we get a little insight into a possible business moves for GameStop. Exactly, on game. Exactly. And Nat was talking pretty casual, honestly. It's definitely a must see. So go check that out, guys. CSG. Nat Turner's second half of the interview is bullish on GME. He's a true collector and involved in the processes, working with the law enforcement, catching fake and frauds. Yes, because I can. I did hear him say that, and he was saying he's been a long-time collector himself. That's a huge reason why he bought collectors when he had the opportunity to, because it's something he's passionate about and wanted to work with. And also in that interview, they mentioned that GameStop came to them, and they implemented it, and I quote, Elon Musk-ish style. He was saying how fast they did it and how well the team had executed. So that was very encouraging to hear. And now also seeing him on the board as well, like he's going to be able to provide that insight. And he was also saying that interview, he really doesn't have any interest, or not interest, but knowledge rather in video games. Like he called himself the card. He's like, I'm just the card guy. I'm not a huge video game guy. But to me, that's a great thing to have on GameStop's board, because the rest of the board is focused on the gaming and the core legacy business, and he can really focus on the PSA. I mean, obviously the rest of the board, specifically Ryan Cohen being the CEO as well and just guiding the ship, they're definitely focused on the collectors market as well, but he's really able to give them that insight and probably valuable analytics and just information from what he does at collectors. How you doing? Because I can. My ND Games. Nunya DBs. What's up? Pick me. Okay. Rose, you're in. Glass guy, enter me. Okay, so from Nunya DBiz down, I'm entering everybody in. So if you're above that, put yourself in there again. So I'll ask whoever wins for their Twitter thing at the end. Put Nunya, and then we got Rose, we got Glass guy, we got Billy Ray. We got Rookie Monster and GME. Nice. Enter me. I like cookies and GME. Nothing wrong with that, my friend. I like cookies and GME too. We could get along good. Enter me. Ty, you're in. Put Ty M. So actually, yeah, I'll just put everybody's name in for now, and I'll ask for the @ of the winner afterwards. So, and then we have, okay, we got Dunya ready. We got B-Weave. I like your name, B-Weave. Rose, we got you too. Nunya, Ronin boys. Okay, and again, guys, if you're just joining, this is for a $25 gift card. If you're just joining, you're here literally just in time, because I'll be giving it away in just a few minutes here. Ronin boys, Rejo. Okay. GME needs to make a move. They also need to consider the stockholder for once. Nunya, listen, I think it's coming. I really do think it's coming. I think it's going to take more time. I definitely understand, some people are frustrated or whatever the case, or everyone's, got their own timeline of when they thought maybe things would happen. But to me, I look at it as like, I've been in it this long. I've been riding the waves. They've been able to raise the cash, right? Like, it's crazy to think that back here, right? They owed just about $1 billion in cash. Now they have $4.6 billion. If you told me back here, hey, fast forward to the end of 2025, the stock price is going to be floating in the 20s, so more than double what it was at that point, and the company's going to have raised $3.6 billion in cash through stock sales, I would have said, no way, that's crazy. But yet, here we are. So from that point to now, I think they've definitely come a long way in terms of raising the capital, and ultimately that's kind of raised the underlying value of the stock. Because when you look right here, at this point, they had about 250 or maybe like $4. I'm sorry, they have roughly $4 per share in cash, right? Because considering they issued shares, you have to look at the cash per share. Back here, they had roughly $4 in cash per share. Right here, right, they have a little bit over $10 in cash per share. So when you look at $4 on a $10 stock price, that's basically giving it a 2.5 times multiple when you're just considering the cash, not even the assets or the business as a whole. Whereas here, if you do the same math, right, $10 and change times 2.5, anytime the stock is below 25, it just feels like ridiculously undervalued, in my opinion at least. And that's just based on that same type of multiple of just 2.5 times strictly the cash, but it doesn't even account for, again, doesn't account for their assets. And how about the fact that they are net profitable right now? So even while they do have to figure out the revenue, I'm not saying that's something they can hide from forever. They have to get revenue back on track sooner than later. Absolutely. But if they're turning a net profit and they have an iron balance sheet, they can take their time and find that opportunity. And listen, it's literally like Patrick, you know, that with the Rock. He's like, it's okay, buddy. You go when you feel like it. It's like that's GameStop long-term investors with the company. That's what it kind of seems like. But it's like, if you watch that episode of SpongeBob, what winds up happening when nobody's looking, out of nowhere, the Rock is at the finish line and wins the pet race, right? Because Patrick has the pet Rock, and it's kind of a silly analogy, but it kind of feels like in my opinion, what's how I see GameStop playing out, right? Where they make that big move and all of a sudden they're like really doing something. It's like, wait, what? How did they just start doing this all of a sudden? It's like they did nothing for so long, and then all of a sudden, wow, this is crazy, right? Kind of like the PSA. Like in listening to what Nat Turner said, he said all of a sudden they came to us, and all of a sudden like they already had all the information and understanding of how they wanted to go about things, and just speaking like so like, wow, oh my gosh, I didn't even expect it type of tonality to it. So, all right. Let's get back here, and I'm going to add everybody in. So last chance to get entered in to win here. So where did I say? I left off at Rigo. JG. Whoa, going fast. JG 808. What's the notes app you're using? Rigo. The app is called Obsidian. It's awesome. You could put pictures in there. You could put note documents. You could put a website link directly. It's really great. It's really helped me organize my ideas. RB. And then JG. I got you. RB. The real RB. All right. SM Irfan. Alec. Enter Alec. All right. Tyler Kelly. Leapfroggles. Yes, sir. You're in. I got you. Why not? I'm feeling lucky. Yeah. Hey, feel lucky. You never know. You're dreaming in, buddy. You're in. Your dream is coming true. You're in. You're dreaming, buddy. I see what you did there. If I win, give it to somebody else. I just want to win. Fair, Leap. Okay, fair. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. Well, if you win, I'll respin. But you will technically be the first winner, and the other person will be the second winner. But you'll be defined a winner, but I'll give the gift card to the second person if that's the case. Tetron, how you been, bro? Jay, I hope you're doing well, my friend. You're just in time. I'll add you right in here. Enter me, Rose. I think I got you up here. Maryland Mom. What do you think of AMC? I honestly think they're just dragging their feet. They're not doing anything to evolve the business, and management is just going to keep diluting simply to keep the business afloat, but they're not doing anything to become that profitable or pay off the bad debt or evolve the business in any way. And that's just really the unfortunate reality of it. I'm sorry, but unfortunately, not a big fan. Berkshire was a textile company at first. Exactly, Rose. Exactly. But all right, you're going to have another minute here. Take a swig of water, and then we're going to spin if anyone last wants to be added in. Maryland Mom, I'll add you in too. I got you. You'll be one of the last ones. So as long as you guys all have X, if you don't, we'll have to figure a way to communicate. So don't worry. But ideally, if you have X, it'll be easy for me to just like send you a message on there with the gift card information. I got you, SM. Just another minute here. All right, just give me 1 second, actually. Let me grab my phone. It's been charging in the other room. Then we're back. All right. Okay. Are you guys ready? Time is now. Let's see. Okay. Again, thank you guys for being here. We're about to spin the wheel. One lucky winner will be winning a $25 GameStop gift card. Thanks again for being here. LST Gaming, you are just in time. Just in time, my friend. You're at the... okay. Now we are good. We are done. Again, guys, thank you for being here. Best of luck. Like and subscribe. Here we go. One lucky winner, $25 GameStop gift card. I love that you can customize it too with the Tetron logo. Let's see. And it looks like the winner is Alec. Congratulations, Alec. Do me a favor, Alec, and drop your Twitter username, X, whatever you want to call it these days, in the chat, and I'll be sure to reach out to you after the stream, and you'll be winning a $25 GameStop gift card. Thank you for being here, my friend. Much, much appreciated. So I really do want to keep doing giveaways for you guys. I think it's like a fun way to just get everyone engaged, and like if you guys are here, you know, you're spending time with me, it's beneficial to me, so it's nice to be able to give back to you guys. But as I scale the channel, you know, the giveaways will get better. That's the plan. So, Alec, drop the right here. You have about 5 minutes, I'll say, and then if not by then, we'll pick another one. But I'm sure you're still here, so just followed you. Okay, gotcha. Let's go. Congratulations, my friend. Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to pull you up right here. I just don't want to forget it. My bad. But yeah, thanks for being here. Appreciate you very much, my friend. But I'll be sure to reach out to you right after this. So, but yeah, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, guys. What a journey we're on. What a story this is. That is GameStop. There's so much that's been going on in life, in the world. You got elections, you got wars, you got the Magnificent Seven, you got a Google supercomputer, you got Bitcoin all-time highs. What a year 2024 has been. And I was saying this earlier on, it's actually crazy that it's been half a year right now that has passed. Or I'm sorry, half a decade. Half a decade has passed. Like, isn't that crazy? Half the decade that is the 2020s has passed, which is just insane. When the decade started, I wasn't even 20 years old yet, right? Because I'm born in 2000, so it always lines up with my birthdays. My birthday, it's like it was 2024 this year, so I turned 24 this year, right? It always lines up nice and easy. It's easy to remember for like grandparents and stuff like that. But going into 2020, I was only 19 years old. Now here we are, 2024, coming to a close. It's crazy. Now I'm basically halfway through my 20s. Like, it's insane how time flies, man. It's crazy. But just like GameStop, you know, I've been saying this for a while, but it's true. I've been trying to just evolve and improve over time. And I think that's what they have to do. I think that's what everyone as an individual has to do in their own shape or form and whatever which way that they deem necessary. And you just got to understand like what your goals are and what you're working towards. For me, it's building wealth for myself and my future family. And, you know, some might say, well, why are you investing in GameStop? That's crazy. To me, I think it's a unique opportunity. I understand the risks associated. I know where I'm at with it. I'm not putting in more than I can afford to lose for any stock in that matter, right? Not just GameStop or Bitcoin or anything at all, right? Any of it. I'm really just not putting in more than I'm going to lose sleep over. So saving up, just building up, because it's also, you want to have cash on hand to be able to buy dips. You never truly know when there's going to be a market crash, right? Like, it just feels like I'm so bullish on Bitcoin, but it just feels like part of me is like everything just feels a little too good to be true right now, right? Especially with how fast it went up out of nowhere. And you got Hawkonomics, right? You got the Hawk Tua coin, and you got Hawkonomics. Don't worry, the Hawkonomics are still there, my friends. Hawkonomics, right? Like, you start seeing stuff like that. You start seeing a senator buy a meme coin. Like, yeah, I can't help but be a little nervous. Is this like, are those like top signals, right? The Hawkonomics, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. That's just what they say, right? You know, that's what I'm always saying. People are like, oh, what do you mean? Like, that's just what they say. That's just what they say. Who's they? You know, they. But you have to ignore what they say sometimes and just understand what you're seeing and why you're seeing it. Because sometimes what they say is really a bunch of nonsense. And that's just the reality of it, right? Especially when it comes to like mainstream media, I would say, especially like mainstream media in finance. So yeah, but congratulations again, Alec. Appreciate all you guys being here. Like I said, follow, like, and subscribe. I definitely want to keep doing giveaways on a consistent basis because it's fun for me to give back to you guys. If you're giving me your time, interacting with what I'm doing, I'm just really, really appreciative of that. So I'm never going to go out here selling you like a Discord or, you know, buy this product, right? Or just sell you. I'm never going to sell you some nonsense, right? If you just give me your time, some energy and just interact with me, I'm incredibly thankful. That's really all I want. Like, so, and that's how you grow the channel and you grow the business. And to me, good business is like, I guess technically you guys are like my quote unquote customers. I wouldn't even like to say it like that, but in the sense like I want to provide customer value, right? If I'm looking at myself as a business, right? Although my Tetron as a business is just me at this given time, right? Maybe one day it'll be scaled up massive, but we'll have the Tetron fund one day. You know, that'd be interesting to raise capital and manage money, but that's where you need to be giving financial advice, right? And that's just not the business I'm in at this time. But point being, it's like the markets as a whole, right? I'm not sorry, I meant to go spy. Just feels like everything's a little too good to be true for a while now. But at the same time, you just have all this money constantly flooding into the system. So it makes sense why everything's going up, right? So long as like you go to the grocery store and everything just consistently goes up, maybe little by little, you don't really notice it until you look at like what the price was year over year. Like, damn, yeah, eggs did go from like $3 to like $4.50, right? Using rough numbers, right? Obviously, it depends where you are. And you go, oh yeah, that is a pretty large increase, right? That's about like 50%. And then you look at the S&P 500, you're like, oh yeah, wait a minute, look at this S&P, you know, not quite 50%, but quite a move over the past year. And you just realize, like, generally speaking, right? Obviously, there's more detail to this, but generally speaking, everything's inflating and assets included. And that's why cash could be considered trash, right? Arguably. However, I'm saying that as somebody with a decent cash pile because one, I want to be liquid and prepared to buy any assets at a time I see fit. That's number one. And number two, I know for myself, like I have things I want to spend on or things I would say I actually need to spend on in the coming years ahead between, you know, just preparing to get married and stuff like that and just moving into a house and just really moving to my life. So again, 24, so just figure it out as I go, documenting on the journey. But point being, I don't want to be, you know, heavy in cash because I understand the way it's just being printed so aggressively and just currencies around the world are just being aggressively created because the US dollar is aggressively created. That's why we kind of need Bitcoin. But that's a whole other thing in itself, right? But point being, you still do want to have cash on hand and also know your own situation. I know my own situation. There's things I want to buy in the what I would consider short term, like 1 to 3 years from now, right? To me, that's a short term viewpoint. Maybe it's not the same definition for you, but with that being the case, I don't want to go putting cash out on the sidelines aggressively into the S&P 500, aggressively into GameStop, aggressively into Bitcoin, any of those, because I don't want to be in a situation where a year and a half from now, okay, now's the time for me to make a big purchase, right? I'm buying a house, let's say, just for example's sake, and then the S&P, let's say I had put some money in S&P, but then the S&P had gone down. Now I have to take a loss, even though I like the S&P in the long term, but I had to take a loss because I just felt like I needed my capital at work, right? So it all comes, what I'm trying to say here is it all comes down to the boat you're in, right? Like what is your financial boat, right? Everybody's in their own boat. You got to figure it out in terms of what your goals are, how you want to go about things. Like there's nothing I can say or anybody out there can say is the most ideal strategy for you besides you. So you have to know thyself. And if you're not exactly sure of like your risk tolerance, I would say like start really small, just dabble in things and figure it out over time, right? Like it's not something that you just wake up one day like, oh, I love taking risk. Oh, actually, I just love buying and holding dividend stocks, right? Know thyself. And it's taken me a lot of time to figure that out, right? It's taken me a lot of time to kind of understand that concept. So, not saying it's super easy, but fortunate to have that like within my mind. So, but yeah, let's hit the chat one more time. Let's see, high energy in the house. Yes, sir. High energy reviews and investments. What's up? Thanks for being here. So, love, congrats, Alec. Just followed you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Congrats, Alec. Redo. Better luck next time, guys. Better luck next time. Wish you all the best next time. I know going spending that all on one used game. Oh, is the next one? Oh, yeah. No, SM, you were so close, my friend. You were so, so close. I'm sorry. So close. But congratulations, Alec. Congratulations, my friend. I don't love AMC. I just got stuck with shares and I'm playing still as soon as I'm green. Probably not what's going to happen. You're right. But yeah, listen, Mary, gotta know your own journey, right? Gotta know your own journey. Hawk Tua, says Tran Trung. Tran Trung, you know about the Hawkonomics? Trust me, trust me. It wasn't a rug pull. It wasn't a rug pull. It was just the Hawkonomics, guys. The Hawkonomics. You don't understand the Hawkonomics. Just subscribe. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate you being here, my friend. Gonna really just get on track with streaming more consistently again. I've met so many incredible people along the way. It's a lot of fun interacting with you guys, doing these giveaways, because the more viewership I get, the more giveaways I will do, and it'll be able to scale up the quantity of giveaways, the size of the giveaway, what the giveaway is, right? If you guys have any ideas of what I should do next, feel free to throw in the chat right now. I was thinking maybe some Bitcoin, maybe just a Visa card, right? Just so people could buy whatever they want, right? Like, I absolutely love GameStop, but I definitely want to mix it up a little bit at some point. So, just a thought there, but I've only seen crypto work for money laundering. That's it. Yeah, Michael, listen, it's definitely a complex field, right? And that's where I don't see, like, certain cryptos, like, ever really emerging, because it's like a lot of sus things could happen with it. For me, with Bitcoin, it's like it's all on the blockchain, and yes, you need to know who that wallet belongs to if you are believing there's fraudulent activity. But the reality of it is the number one currency in which fraud is taking place, like on a day-to-day, is the US dollar in the form of cash, right? That's not to say that there's zero fraud, like any kind of, I should say, bad practice with Bitcoin, right? But I would say most people who have bad intentions or are committing some kind of fraud are probably doing it with straight cash or some other less known currency or some other whether that be cryptocurrency or international currency. And also with Bitcoin, I feel like for people international where their dollar is being inflated like ridiculous amounts, right? Like hundreds of percent per year because the government is just in shambles or there's civil unrest. Obviously it depends on the region you're looking at, but for them, like, yeah, sure, it's volatile in terms of Bitcoin, but I'm sure they'd rather deal with that volatility than their local currency's volatility, and it's kind of just volatile in just one direction being negative. But obviously, it all depends on the situation. Crypto earnings report. You put shareholder value to us, Tetron community. Thank you, Bleep Proggles. Thank you. Like I said, I'm trying my best always to just be, number one, genuine, and number two, just kind of have a neutral approach. Be like, hey, this is why the bulls like GameStop, and this is why the bears are hating on GameStop, right? And just cover the story as accurately as possible because I find it to be so fascinating, and I am going to get into covering some other stuff. Like, I've been reading a lot about Mara, so I am going to start talking about that a little bit. But, I do definitely acknowledge, like, Mara is a high risk, high reward, and you need to have conviction in Bitcoin to be messing with it at all. And for me, how I'm really dabbling in it is I'm just going to sell options on it, right? Like, I have sold a couple so far. I made some money, and I bought one call option with the premium I've made. So if that call option goes to zero, I don't really care. I mean, of course, I want it to be worth something, but it's a risk I'm willing to take because it's an opportunity I created by collecting the premium of selling puts. And then also, I'm going to continue to sell puts as I'm able to. But if it goes down, fine. I'll start selling calls. I have no problem doing that at all. But really, if you look up the wheel strategy, the wheel option selling strategy, that's really what I'm looking to do with Mara. So that's kind of the approach I'm personally taking with it. But again, even when I talk about that stock or whatever other stock, I'm going to try and take the approach of here's what the bulls say and here's what the bears say. Because I just feel like sometimes people just want some neutral information or just to kind of hear why people feel one way on one side of the table and people feel the other way on the other side. But let's check on GameStop here. So we had that nice little run to 31 and we kind of retreated all the way back and now it's pretty much sideways right now, right? Up about 3%, right? Is that accurate still? So options priced in a 14% move. Doesn't seem like that'll be the case at market open tomorrow, but of course, there's a lot of time between now and market open tomorrow. And then even when the market opens tomorrow, there's a lot of time between when the market opens and the market closes. So expect the unexpected with GameStop. I think that's always the safest thing to do. But cash made GME $54 billion in interest over a 9-day period. It's $600,000 a day in interest. Damn. Thank you for mathing that out for Leapfrog. That's actually crazy. But yeah, let me write that down, actually. I want to put that in my notes here. That's definitely something. And I'm going to comb through this more, but 54 million interest income. That interest income will go down a little bit because of the rates being cut, but they're still going to earn a significant amount because even if rates are slightly being cut, like they're still earning interest. That's definitely the case. $200 million a year in just interest. I'm loving this company. Me too, Michael. Me too, my friend. 216 million. Homer Simpson. USA printed 80% of the outstanding currency following the pandemic, which means everything should have gone up 500%, but that's not what happened. MACD about to cross bullish on the 1 minute. Nice. Okay, that's my bad. This is my band speed run. AMC, let's go. Drop out Jerome. Thanks for being here, I guess. But 1 minute. Now you're good, Leapfrogs. I know what you mean. But yeah, no, that is true, Leapfrogs. It's not that black and white. You do bring up a good point. We printed 80% of the outstanding currency since then, right? Roughly. But it doesn't mean everything went up 5%, 500%. So it's not that black and white. That is a very valid point. And also, as always, guys, I'm just calling it how I see it in terms of GameStop, any investment. But I want to be clear too. Like, I have the awareness enough to know that just because I have an opinion and I have conviction, with underlying information, it doesn't mean I'm 100% right. I'm open to the fact that I can make mistakes and there will be errors I make. And I really just want to do my best always, if that happens, to correct those errors or mistakes, or if I misspeak, whatever the case. So just know I'm not perfect. You're always encouraged, actually, not even welcome to, encouraged to double check anything I'm talking about and go read on it on your own. Set up the Obsidian app. There's lots of different note-taking apps out there. There's Evernote. Just use a good old pen and paper, right? I'll show you guys real quick. I was taking my notes today, because I'm working, but also just kind of listening to this podcast or video of Nat Turner talking about it. See? Terrible, terrible handwriting, but just scribbling down some notes. And they start talking about GameStop at the 39-minute mark. So if you want to just specifically hear about that, I would go to that point. But at the same time, they talk about a lot of how PSA works and how he really had to improve the process when he got there. There was such a backlog, and how they grade so many cards just on a daily basis. And they just have such an intricate process, and they've evolved the process. They've improved upon the process. And yeah, like I said, I'm really getting into it. Like, Jamar Chase has been killing it, so I just felt obligated to grab one of his cards. A lot of the ones I have, right, these are all PSA 9s, the football cards. I've got all these from GameStop. And what I do is I write a post-it on the back with the dollar amount and the day I bought it, just for, I guess, like kind of time capsule purposes. Not that I'm putting it in a time capsule and burying it in the ground, but just for myself when I'm looking back on them. Right, so these are all PSA 9s. And Justin Jefferson, he's been doing amazing. 2 up-and-coming quarterbacks. Herbert's been around a while, but he looks good this year. CJ Stroud had a killer rookie season. So I figure they're cool to have, and they're players I like. And then I would say, it's either Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson as the best receivers in the game right now. To me, it's like arguable. Like, those are 1 and 2. And it's just kind of arguable, like, which is better. They're both just crazy good. And I'm pretty sure they're friends too, but the only PSA 10 I have, I do want to get more PSA 10s, but like I said, I'm just dabbling in this game. And I also do potentially want to open some packs, send them in to get graded. And like I was saying before, I'm going to get these graded if you guys missed it through GameStop, and I'm going to document the experience. So again, follow me on X. I'll also post it on YouTube when it's all said and done. But Mr. Unlimited, going to get that graded. And then I'm a big Devils fan, so Jesper Bratt, he's been really good. He's gotten a lot better since I bought these cards, and I bought them ungraded, so they look pretty good, but it's hard to say. And I just picked up these the other day. You need semi-rigid. By the way, if you're going to get cards sent in to be graded, you need this specific casing, semi-rigid card holders. So shout out to whoever said that to me on X. I forgot the name off the top of my head. But you do need to put it in one of those before you send it. So I think leaning into the collectibles market and leaning into PSA is really great, but the more I think about it, I just feel like a merger would be huge, right? Whether it's like technically a merger or technically an acquisition, but to still, own a publicly traded stock that is currently GameStop, maybe it becomes CardStop, right? That's what had been like theorized on the podcast where Nat Turner was talking with that guy. But I really think they can evolve the business to be mostly about collectibles and sort of about video games, right? Or just like it gets to the point where it becomes more about the collectibles and less about the video games, right? Not to say they should completely get away from the video games, but it would be really, really interesting to see them evolve in that sense and just be kind of like a storefront for collectors, and you would bring a lot more people into the stores, and you'd be really kind of targeting a whole new market. And to me, the key in doing that, right, if they do go down that road of ultimately merging or acquiring, whether it's just PSA or I think collectors, the parent company would make the most sense because they're just in the collectors market as a whole. It really makes sense to me to just do everything right. Like do everything right step by step as you're working with PSA so that you can gain the trust of these new customers and these new people, right? If they do ultimately merge. Because part of the problem that GameStop is continuing to battle through, several years later, even though they've had new management in place since 2021 and they've evolved how they did things a lot, and old management was slacking on so many things from not having a credit card, like a company credit card, not having a good system to check inventory, not having good data analytics in terms of like what's selling better in what region, what sells more online versus in store, just the little things that every store front needs. They just didn't evolve and add to the store, right? Like that's why people said, like when I wrote this about like Ubic that they added, where it basically is like the nutshell of what it is, or summarized in a nutshell, is it's their own system that fosters a sense of community and collaboration and ensures that the information is shared accurate and reliable as the company can verify answers. So it's basically like an internal AI to get information from, and it's used with tasking, communication, training and learning. When an employee needs to look up some form of information, right? Look up the value of a PSA card for a trade-in, whatever the case, right? But basically, it helped them like have the right things in place. Whereas old management didn't have that stuff, and that's where you had a lot of the issues that took place with GameStop at that time because it was poorly run. And I've really seen that, from the place I work at right now. They really, I feel like, run things well compared to another job I've had in the past where I feel like things weren't run well. And you could just see the difference of how everything stems from the top down. And that if you have a good management team, everything flows down. The product's good, the customers are happy, right? And obviously there's a lot in between the management team and like to the product or service that is provided. But when you have a strong management team and a strong company culture, that goes such a long way. And I feel like that's so important. And it seems like to me, GameStop has shifted from not hiring just someone who's qualified, but somebody who fits the culture, right? Like when they're hiring on the higher end, they're probably hiring more so for culture than qualification because you can teach people a lot of things, but you can't teach how they are, right? Sure, you can a little bit, but like nobody is going to get a job and wanting to be taught like you should be like this, you should change your ideologies to be like that, right? And not saying like people that are getting hired by GameStop all believe in like the same religion or something like that. But in terms of like how they go about things day to day, even with different personality types, it's all about like culture because you're gonna have more outgoing people, more reserved people, more in detail people, more let's get right to the point type people, right? You need all those type of people to run a business like at all sorts of levels. But it all starts like with the central culture, right? And all those people, different types of people, have to be aligned with the company culture. So I think that's something they've really worked on. And in doing all that, like they can provide a good service in the PSA grading. And that's also what they just have to continue to do in terms of like, for example, the private label brand that is CandyCon. I have a controller right here, and I think it's a great product. I don't even have a Switch, but just for playing some PC games, it's pretty good. I got like a couple other faceplates, and like you could take it apart. See, take this off, and I could switch the faceplate out if I wanted. I don't know if you guys could see that well, so I'll show you real quick. See, CandyCon. It's a good controller. Feels nice. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like an expert in the controller market or in video games in general, but just as an average gamer, I would say it has a good feel to it. It's smooth. Don't really have any complaints with it. So just having a good product or service is what they need to do with everything they're doing. And from what I've seen over the past couple of years, that has been the case. But there's just that lingering idea of people who remember like, oh, they gave me $2 for my old game. But it's also like, what do you expect to get from like a PS3 game? Like how much do you really think you're going to get? Like, even if you sold it on eBay, you wouldn't get much more. That's why it's kind of like corny to me that people make such a big deal that you get such a limited trade-in value. It's better than getting nothing, right? But whatever. Point being, right now with the new management team, they've done things better in terms of the products and now the service that is PSA, at least from what I can tell. I can only speak from my experience and what I'm generally seeing as the tone out there compared to what it was, many years ago or when Brian Cohen's tenure first began. So with that being said, there's still a lot of people that are like very, oh, I don't want to get anything from GameStop, or oh, GameStop sucks, blah blah, right? They're still stuck in the ideology of how it used to be. But in doing things well, slowly word spreads, and then also if you're leaning into a new market that is a collector's market, right? And I just realized I didn't switch this back, did I? There we go. So just showing here, like, in evolving, then like you don't have to necessarily get revenue as high as it was like right away if net income is scaling, right? Like obviously you do need to get revenue to rise, but someone had commented, I don't remember who, in like one of my X posts, like, oh, well, their revenue's down so much when you look all the way back to like 2017. I'm like, I don't need them to get all the way back to that number, but I do need them to like start building revenue back up, right? Slowly but surely. And I want to see net income building along with that. So therefore, EPS is also building along with that. And they have a strong, thriving, profitable business. That's really what I want to see. But it all comes down to management, right? Like whether it's GameStop or any business, it all comes down to management and how they operate. And that's why you have to believe in the management team when you make any kind of investment, to be honest with you. So that's why also Bitcoin's pretty unique. It's not really a management team. It's strictly like what it is. And you have to believe in like what it is and what its technology is because you're not looking at a management team. Any other investment I make, I'm looking at the management team and how they're doing things. So that's just some of my perspectives, of course, though. Possible to play inflation arbitrage in markets. That's been my theory for some time. Leave throttles, I suppose, but how you would go about that, not too sure. I wouldn't be the right one. Damn, brother, missed the whole stream because of work. Gotta play it back. It's all good, Ryan. I appreciate you being here, my friend. Whatever we can watch, I appreciate it very, very much. And I know what you mean, dude. I know what you mean because I literally take half days now to stream when GameStop reports earnings. But to me, it's worth it. This is something I do. Tetron's, I would say, like my quote unquote side business, right? Or that's at least my company's perspective. I'd say, listen, this is something I do. I want to be available for it. Of course, if they absolutely needed me, which originally I thought was going to be the case, I was like, shit, I'm not going to be able to stream. But thankfully, it worked out where I could just work the half day today and be in good shape to work the rest. Although it would have been nice to be off. But yeah, thankful to be here. I think we chatted about this over Twitter a while back. Gotcha. Broseph, if you deeply consider the ramifications of one unknown entity controlling the entire value of the supply of Bitcoin, this is some serious risk. It is a big joke. Einstein69, thank you for being here. It is a valid point. I will say it has crossed my mind recently. Seeing MicroStrategy acquire so much of it, it's like, it has to kind of balance out at some point because you're right. Then it becomes very concentrated. Although if he's never truly selling it, right? When I say he, Michael Saylor, on behalf of the company, then I guess it doesn't matter that much. But at the same time, you don't want it to be heavily concentrated. Although I feel like BlackRock is aggressively buying it up like through their ETF, and they also had it filed where their ETFs, right, or their mutual funds rather, like big, large mutual funds with billions and billions of dollars under management, will be implementing like part of the portfolio as the Bitcoin ETF. So therefore, it's like indirectly money flowing into Bitcoin. And BlackRock also owns a very large majority of other companies. So I'm kind of just thinking out loud here, but I'm not I'm saying like I still like Bitcoin and what it is underlying, and I'm not just like blindly following Michael Saylor, but I do definitely hear the argument and want to keep analyzing the argument of massive concentration in one publicly traded company. But I also see what he's saying, and he's like looking at it from the ideology of I'm just accelerating the movement towards Bitcoin because it's just making it more scarce, right? But then also when he's saying buy Bitcoin, it's like, couldn't you argue he's technically pumping it up, but also it's a massive asset, it's a current, like it's such a complex issue. So maybe a topic for a different day, maybe a whole other stream, but with 100 times leverage, for sure. Who or what is Satoshi? You trust Satoshi with money? You trust Satoshi with the nation's economy? It's interesting questions. No, I think you're right, asking the right questions, Einstein. I'm all for excuse me, discussion. Always all for discussion. Wild price swings after hours. Thinking we can rally tomorrow. Me too, me too, Ryan. I was about to say me too, rally. Yeah, honestly, I feel like the fact that it's held up after hours and hasn't really started going down makes me think we're going to be green tomorrow. But I've also been a part of the story long enough to know that you just don't know. So expect the unexpected tomorrow. But even if it just holds up in the high 20s, I would be pretty happy, I'd say. What if Satoshi's Kenny? It'd be crazy. Satoshi says CIA. Hey, listen, Einstein. I don't even think that's impossible either. It's like, what if the CIA's secret plan to, eliminate the debt problem that we have that's been just building, building, building was Bitcoin? It's not impossible, right? It's not impossible, but it is interesting, right? One sec. Oh, dying here, yapping away. But it is certainly interesting, like a little bit of game theory playing out. I've also been reading a lot about game theory recently, and I find it very interesting, right? I've always understood the general concept, but I'm reading more in depth into it and understanding like how it impacts wars and just countries and geopolitics, all that types of stuff, right? But basically, you're seeing now like Bitcoin games. Butchering this. The United States. Sometimes I have to slow down too. Namaste. Namaste. The United States is talking about establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And then you start to see some allies comes, okay, that's interesting, maybe we should. Now Russia's saying, yeah, we might need to do that. It's kind of like who's going to make the move first? Are they just talking about it? Are they both actually going to do it? Is it when one starts, the other's going to start, right? So there's kind of this, like, I would say geopolitical game theory playing out surrounding Bitcoin right now, which is a whole discussion in itself, but I just find it very interesting as well. It's just another aspect of it, right? And for me, again, just like GameStop or anything else, I don't have anything in Bitcoin more than I can afford to lose. I absolutely believe in it and I have conviction, but I would still say, like, if you're not sure about it, don't touch it. It's not for everyone. But I personally think it's here to stay, and I know why I believe in it. But all these different aspects that I'm just mentioning about, companies buying up Bitcoin, countries buying it up, like we're in completely uncharted waters, right? Like there's never been that I can recall an emerging alternative asset class, right? Yeah, I guess gold was long, 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 long time ago, but it's just an emerging alternative asset class with just such a unique value proposition, right? That some people think it has no value, right? Because that's just what they think. But some people has a lot of value because they believe in it and they're going to hold it, right? And that's just like the dollar. People are like, oh, what gives the dollar value? Nothing. It's the fact that people view it as something that's a valid tender of exchange. And that's pretty much the same with Bitcoin at the end of the day, right? But then there's all these interesting things going on, such as MicroStrategy. Now, Mara's kind of doing the same sort of thing. They're acquiring a lot of Bitcoin. And then you also have countries like kind of having that geopolitical game theory going on back and forth, so to speak. So it's fascinating to watch at the very least, right? Whether you believe in it or not. But again, for me, Bitcoin and GameStop could go to zero tomorrow, and I would be fine. I wouldn't be happy, right? To be perfectly clear, I wouldn't be happy or joyous. I would be, damn, this fucking sucks, right? But I would be okay. I would keep walking. I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, I can't even buy anything right now, right? Or in any kind of situation like that. And I feel like that's so important at the end of the day. And why you always want to have, of course, an emergency fund too. Even if you don't want to have cash on hand, you don't have any large expenses coming up, like I believe I will be having in the near future. So that's why I'm stacking a lot of cash personally. But even if you're not in that type of situation, you don't foresee any large expenses. You never know when one may come up. So, like a major car issue is probably the most common one. Major issue with your house, if you're a homeowner, that's probably another common one. So you want to always have an emergency fund and cash on hand because you just don't know. And then also, if there's a market crash scenario or an asset you like significantly declines in value, but you still like the underlying asset, you want to have cash on hand to buy that buying opportunity. They developed blockchain in the early 2000s. Interesting. Satoshi is Greg. Like Greg on Twitter. That's interesting. I love that account on Twitter. Greg 69532273,000 numbers. It's a classic good X account. Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days. And imagine the agency and that man are probably in cahoots. I'll look into it. Sadly, Bitcoin's Orwellian. I don't know if I can agree with that, Einstein, but I respect your opinion for sure. I've followed following Bitcoin since I've never bought any. I have zero regrets about it personally. That's fair. Leapfrog, this is not for everyone. Michael gonna take home the ball home with him when he dies. Sailor. Well, Leap almost bought Bitcoin at 300 for Silk Road. Probably better I did it. Yeah, probably better. They avoided that, right? You don't want to be involved in that. And I'm glad you're still alive. Ryan F. and Cohen, yes, sir. Stunk. Oh, what's going on? Is there news? Is there news of some kind? Anything? Any SEC filings or something? Maybe I missed. Don't think so. Ryan Cohen tweet, maybe? Let's see. No. Reply? Nope. No bucking around at work. Ryan Kitty, anything from him? Nope, just the Time magazine, which you can interpret this a lot of different ways. People said 109 is the 69 seconds. He's just memeing 69 420. His video Cheers Everybody was exactly 109. Time, this Time magazine cover is based on the 2006 Time magazine cover where it was you. That was the person of the year. So you're saying it's you. People are saying volume's all the way up. This is just the beginning, right? There are all these different theories, right? Which I think, right, my opinion on Roaring Kitty, right? Just one humble man's opinion is that he does have these like hidden messages in it, but he wants it to be discreet, obviously. But there's no like, oh well, it means this, and oh my god, like you just figured it out, and now that means that it's exactly this, right? I think he's just indicating things very discreetly, and it's up to us as individuals to decipher. That's how I see it. But I personally like don't care in the sense like I'm never gonna make a move based on one of his posts, or like for me it's like fun to speculate, but it really means like next to nothing until like he either posts a position or something to that extent. Then I'm like, oh wow, that's really interesting. Otherwise, it's just like it is what it is to me. Like I never thought Roaring, and I always lose it posting this when he comes back. He's back, but keep in mind he came back earlier this year after being in hiatus for almost 3 years, out of nowhere. Nobody expected him to come back. Myself as an individual, as a long-term GameStop investor, and I think there was many others like myself, had no idea that Roaring Kitty was coming back, or no anticipation of him coming back, or thinking that he was going to come back, or was making any decision with the idea that he would be coming back, right? Like that has never been the case for me. So to me, it's just another unique aspect of this story. Him randomly posting and coming back out of nowhere. So Stonk motherfuckers, appreciate you, sir. Part of my rough edges. Einstein, it's all good, brother. It's all good. I think it's really important to be able to have a discussion, and like it's totally fine to think the way you do, and then think I can think what I want, and it is what it is, right? Isn't it crazy? Like so many people get like, up in arms, like arguing and shit. Oh, I got this, something like that, and it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't think of it like that. Oh, okay, yeah, this is why I think it. Okay, cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, try to keep it chill, you know? I really like that, you know, that new meme these days? Chill guy. What did I post the other day? Just a chill guy, chill company. That was my first post back. You know, this is me, guys. Just a businessman doing business. But also on X, I'm really trying to, you know, just be more personal and just have more fun on there. Mix in some sports and humor. So be on the lookout for that. Again, if you guys don't follow me, at Tetron Invest. I'm also posting what I post on YouTube on here. Some thoughts I had. And I'm going to do a post-earnings video. Going to work on that ASAP. So I always say I'm going to do it right after the stream. But then by the time I'm done streaming, I'm like, damn, I'm pretty burnt out. I was just yapping away. Like, I remember one time after one of these streams, I went to my girlfriend's house. And she's like, you are unbelievably quiet. I'm like, I just talked for 3 hours. I have nothing I want. There's nothing I feel like talking about, and nothing that I haven't already said. So, but shout out to her. She's awesome. Supports me in everything I do. But this is my Bitcoin 100K celebration. Shout out to my brother for making that. This is my classic favorite meme. Let that sink in. It's literally a sink outside. But where are we? This is the meme. I think this is. If I had to pick a meme of the year, just this one. Just a chill guy, just a chill company, evolving, improving little by little, and improving by leading into the collectibles market thus far. And then I was going to make another one. I think I did actually. Wait. There we go. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. Just a chill guy, RC. But yeah, what a journey it's been. It's really so awesome meeting so many of you guys on the way. So I appreciate you all. The GME will still be up and to the right. I think so too, Einstein. We could agree on that. What's up, Tetron? Scott, my friend. Hope you're doing well. What's up, brother? Good to see you, Tetron. It's been a time. Chad, hey. Hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, I'm just saying a little while ago, we are back. in business. They call me the referee because I'm so damn official, and it's officially time to be a businessman doing business. Get back to the weekly streams. Going to do 1 or 2 a week, get into the videos. And really, guys, also, I want to do like I've been doing, just quick videos as things happen. Make a quick video, whether it's in my car, just recording on my phone really quick, giving you guys 2-3 minute short video. But I also really want to evolve into making long form content of just interesting stories, like short form documentary type videos. My brother talked to him. We're going to work together on that. Maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes going into a topic, like, for example, who is Satoshi? Just digging deep on that, right? That could be a random, or like what's really going on with GameStop, or even like leaning into sports, talking about how the owner of the Utah Jazz basically bought the Utah hockey club, which was previously known as the Arizona Coyotes, talking about the business side of that. So I'm trying to get into some more of that type of stuff, but then also be doing, these live streams and these quick short videos, no edits or anything like that, when it's just like a quick thing, right? Like I did the other day, which I post them on X as well, but I'm always going to post them on YouTube like this. Just when Roaring Kitty returned, I just basically wanted to say, hey, listen, just take it with a grain of salt, stick to your plan, don't overreact to this in one way or another, because there's always people reacting, right? And I feel like I've kind of said that same sort of thing for a while, but I just feel like as someone who's been around on this journey for a while, I feel obligated to say, like, just be ready for anything. Right? I mean, not obligated, but I want to say, like, there's always new people who come out of the woodwork or just come around and say, like, oh, like, this must be a great opportunity, right? And then you have to just realize, like, wait, sure, it could be an opportunity, but just know, whenever you expect one thing, you usually get the opposite. So just be ready for that, right? But somebody did leave a funny comment in reply to that video, because I said in the video, like, I'm just here to keep you grounded. And someone was like, you're not my mom. You can't ground me. Thought that was clever. I didn't get a chance to respond to those, but yeah. And then I'll just do these little writings on Twitter, so they're fun. But what a year it's been for GameStop. I mean, I feel like the management team was really just focused on fixing all the little things in 2022, 2023. Really, in 2024 is when it seems like they've really started to push forwards. And I know, it's still been taking some time. Things maybe haven't played out as fast as some of us as individuals would have liked. But it's nice to see them have the private label brand that is CandyCon. And it seems like they're leaning more into CandyCon, and they're going to try and create more private label brand products. And they also got this controller, right? Kind of another private label brand product, or not kind of, it is. And then they teamed up with Retro Gaming to do the Mod Retro, right? So Mod Retro, and it's only available at GameStop. So some classic games on there, leaning into like the classic game market, kind of in correlation with the collectibles. And then obviously like PSA is the big story this year, and this is still relatively new. And we saw with the announcement of Nat Turner being elected to the board of directors, number one, that tells us that collecting, like collectors, has the potential, maybe theoretically, to be merged with GameStop, acquired potentially, GameStop to own private equity in them, right? Maybe something to that effect. But it gives them insight to the card collectible market, and maybe even further into the general collectibles market, right? Because PSA is owned by collectors, and Nat Turner is CEO of collectors, right? So then I just started taking some notes. And then also they have this WADA Games, which is like basically grading games, so authenticating them. But I can't quite wrap my head around that, because if you still want to play the game, how are you going to play it if it's like in a casing, right? Like if it's in a casing like this. So still kind of wrapping my head around that, but just point being, like, he has knowledge that will be valuable to them to share. And then I'm sure GameStop has gaming knowledge and analytics that would be valuable to share for WADA Games and maybe some of their other plans. Because also looking at, since the time he bought the company, right? He's teamed up with eBay, and in that interview he did, like, look it up, guys. I'm telling you, it's a must watch if you're a GameStop shareholder. Just look up Nat Turner interview. I think it's like BCG cards. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it on X, so just make sure you follow me, and I'll post it within the next couple of days. I'm gonna post some highlights from that video, and I'm gonna shout out the guy who interviewed him, because it was a good interview. I thought he did a good job of talking about various things, from just general PSA stuff to the partnership with GameStop. And Nat Turner spoke very highly of GameStop, and how originally he was like, why would GameStop want to be involved in cards? And I was like, oh, I definitely see the vision. And even the YouTuber was saying, originally I was kind of like, this is weird. And then over time, like, and then the card grading thing came out, he came out, okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. You could get a lot more new collectors, such as myself. I'm like the perfect example of it in the door because I wasn't going to grade these. I wasn't going to go find the old baseball cards my grandpa gave me after this and potentially send them into grade until I knew GameStop was getting involved with PSA, right? So it's such an interesting story. And then also, approximate dollar value of the transactions between company and PSA pursuant to the collaboration was 1.53 million. That's transaction volume, not how much GameStop has made. And then also, November 18th was the day this number was as of. So we've had a whole month or so, a little bit less than a month eclipse since then. And then obviously, as time moves on, the volume will just naturally build up, especially as people become more and more aware of it. And also looking at Nat Turner's Form 3 filing as a board member, he does not have any shares at this time. So from what I understand, he would acquire shares if certain milestones are met between GameStop and PSA. Not sure of what those specific milestones are that would need to be met, but essentially they would have to be having success in GameStop's eyes in some sense in order to have shares compensated to him when those milestones are hit. However, part of me thinks like I'm just going to say a couple different things here, different ideas in my head. Is it a situation where initially he's like, I don't really know you guys, like we're still just early on in this, I don't want to go put my own money into shares, I would rather just earn the shares, and then maybe the board is going to say, listen, really we think it's important for management to have aligned interests with shareholders and have their own capital invested, we really want you to do it, of course we can't force you, right? Maybe it's that sort of approach. Or they're saying, listen, let's start talking about how we can own private equity in collectors or acquire you guys, or probably the more likely option, right? I keep saying acquire, but the more I think about it, I feel like merging just makes more sense because they have a $4.3 billion valuation. That's the last capital raise. So that's the last sort of public known valuation we have. And that was 2.5 years ago. So it's probably worth a lot more now. GameStop has $4.6 billion in cash. So it'd probably have to be more of like a merger type of situation, right? But I would be honestly disappointed if it winds up becoming like private equity and every share got bought out for like a particular price. But I have faith that the GameStop board is aware of that and wouldn't want that to be the situation. So I don't think they would necessarily do that. I'm just, again, saying a lot of different things here, just initial thoughts that are popping up as I'm like dissecting all of this. So we'll see, but I think it's great to have Nat Turner on the board. He has the knowledge, obviously, and also really the big thing too is like the analytics and just information on the grading process, and just should allow GameStop, with having him on the board, I'm sure you could share that, and it should really allow them to leverage that information to make like decisions in driving the business forwards or further strengthening the partnership, right? If it doesn't wind up being an acquisition or merger type of situation. And if it does, then Nat Turner will likely get shares in some way, and then maybe some other like upper level management members of PSA potentially become part of the board or just get compensated in shares. And yeah, but we'll see. We will see. Let's get caught up here. Damn, it's been so long since I streamed. I can't believe I'm feeling the burnout. Well, to be fair, it has been 3 hours, but I feel like I used to be able to go forever. No problem. Got to get back to business. Just a businessman doing business, guys. As you can see, Christmas vibes all around. I got the Christmas socks on around. I love Christmas. It's the best holiday. Ice cold coffee because I'm out of water. Appreciate you, sir. Pardon me, you're good. This is clear. Either come market open, GME climbs to 30 plus, or crashes almost entirely. We don't care. Truth is, nobody knows. I think it's kind of a situation where it probably just float in mid to high 20s tomorrow. If I had to be honest, I don't think it's going to do a whole lot, but that's just me. Just up to the right. It's up Tetron. Yes, sir. What's up? Tomorrow, how much do you think, Mohammed? I'll give you a random guess, but take it with the utmost grain of salt because I truly don't know. I don't think anybody knows, honestly. I'm going to say we open, because we're moving sideways now. Let's say we open at 28.69. I don't know, but where we go from there is to be determined. You think Ryan Kitty tweets will have an algorithm tied to it, and maybe he was testing it out. Morantz, thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well, my friend. It's been a minute, but I hope you're doing well. That's a good question. I feel like potentially because when he tweeted, there's like a pop to it. right? Like, where was it? When he tweeted, I have to look. I'm doing all this catching up. So this was December 5th, 1:45 p.m. Yep, right here. It would appear so, right? Given that we have this like big jump out of nowhere, right? Or if we go to the 1 minute, to get even more particular, we have this big jump and then we have a halt. So it seems like there is, but to what extent, I couldn't really tell you, right? But I feel like there has to be at least some kind of algo tied to it, right? Or watching it in some way. And then, there was the whole thing where it was like people were theorizing previously when during that stream he did, he was like, "Oh, I'm going to end the stream now. Oh, watch. Oh, oh." And then the stock price like immediately started dropping when he said that. So it feels like there is, but it's one of those like, and as you know, man, like it's just like we just don't know. We just don't know exactly. But when you see the stock move, like as soon as he tweets like that, that there has to be some sort of algorithm, right, in some shape or form. That just seems that way, right? Generally speaking. I've made a few successful trades in crypto. Bitcoin, Ethereum, I've ripped 500, burning a hole in my pocket right now. Better to wait for market open to buy puts, buy to post buys for GME or put in aftermarket orders. Yeah, we don't care. Listen, I think after earnings, you just don't know with any stock in general. So you could always do the strategy too, buy a little now, buy a little tomorrow to kind of like average together, right? But again, whatever you personally think and how you want to go about it, it's really always the best way to go about it. GME accounts payable, almost 50%. Okay. Rose, yeah, I'll have to read through the 10Q even more in depthly because it's one of those, I don't want to go through and just read line by line with you guys, try and like analyze everything in real time. It's one of those, it's better to make like a separate video, I feel like, after kind of giving a reflection once I've really read through it and like dissected like every little bit, like piece by piece, right? Even like all this stuff down here, I always try to read all that as well. Even though it's tedious, it's one of those, if you find yourself having difficulty being able to concentrate on it, you could just go take a break, number one, and then come back to it. Number two, keep reading it over and over. And number three, like leverage AI for yourself, right? All these companies talk about leveraging AI. You have to do it as an individual too. When you don't understand something, right? I'm gonna go to a random page, say like, this is confusing to me for some reason, right? Just picking literally a random thing. I would just put this into Grok or ChatGPT and say, explain in simple terms. And then it would give me a better understanding. And then if I could write a note on that, right, for myself. And in doing that, it just makes you smarter and more understanding of information over time. So did I win the gift card? I posted 15 million 3 cents. Oh, Brant, I don't know. I think somebody had 18. So I think 18 was actually the closest, but I'll go take a look. I'll go take a look after this. So is that chart public? Which one? Satson, thank you for being here. These ones? Maybe the ones over here. I could share. I posted these on Twitter earlier today if you're curious, and I will be updating them later too. That's something I have to do. So make sure I add a note on that as well. No one ever want to put that up. Update charts. And I also have to update to say 2022 to 2024 as well. I literally look like a mad scientist here, guys. It's crazy. I'll show you in a second. When the gift card, oh yeah, so yeah, Leapfroggles, there was 2 gift cards. So there's one on X, and then there's one on the stream. So Alec won this one, and we're going to see who wins the one on X. So it was a double giveaway day. Because why not? Owls are always watching. Trust. Dope. Thank you, mate. Great stream. Subbed. Appreciate you. We don't care. I appreciate you, my friend. What's your Twitter? It's same thing. It's just Tetron Invest, at Tetron Invest. Right here, where... Whoop, I gotta get into spaces too. I've been invited to a couple in the past, and I do want to get back into collabing. It's just, I'm trying to just figure out so much of my own like stuff, and it's just easier to do things individually right now. Like I'm still gonna like interact with people, don't get me wrong, but definitely down the line as I get myself more situated and just really I get myself into a good flow. That's really the main thing I need to do. Just I'm speaking into existence right now. Get myself into a good flow of just consistent posting on like X, YouTube, and other social medias, and just keep interacting with you guys because when I say something makes you guys have a thought, then you say in the chat, you share that thought. I'm like, oh, I actually didn't think of it in that light or from that perspective, or I didn't think of that potential risk factor, right? If we're talking about Bitcoin like we were before, or whatever the case, right? So that's to me the power of social media in terms of finance and economics. Hawkonomics. I keep saying the reason I keep saying it to my coworker. I'm like, yeah, dude. I'm like, when I was looking at this account, I noticed like the Hawkonomics were really in line with like just saying it as a joke because silly like Hawk Tua coin. What a world we live in, right? It's crazy. And then all the coins that are created are crazy. Like literally anything happens, anything at all, whether it's a news event, a meme, there's a coin for it. There's literally a coin for it. Like like I saw a funny tweet. It was like reposting one of them about like the guy who got caught, who killed the United CEO, United Healthcare, which is really messed up situation by the way. And just regardless of what you think of the company, like it's just sad, right? Anytime somebody gets assassinated, right? That's just really unfortunate, right? So I think jokes about that are funny. To be clear, I don't find that funny at all. But it was like somebody made a meme coin of the guy's name, like Luigi coin or something. And the quote retweet was like, "We're literally going extinct. Like we are going to go extinct if we keep going down this route. People are so stupid," or something like that. And it's like, it's crazy. There's any news event, any meme, anything, right? Even GameStop, boom, there's a coin for it. Like it's crazy. It's actually crazy. What a world we live in. You're one of the few streamers that aren't straight cracked out on ideas you see and explain things straightforward with in-depth explanation. You've done your research and share it live. So I thank you for that. Thank you, we don't care. Thank you. That's what you just said is exactly what I'm trying to take as my approach and like make the tone of my content, I guess you could say, of like pretty neutral. Like I'll share how I feel, but be pretty generally neutral, saying like the bulls say this, the bears say this, like this is the information I found, and like this is why I see it this way. But like everyone should think individually. Like that's my like general tone I'm going for, and yeah, like you kind of said, I feel like there's not a lot of people out there like doing that type of approach. So that's kind of like my unique angle of approach, and I want to do that with GameStop and Bitcoin and just other things as I read about them because then someone will say something and then I'm like, oh, I didn't think about it like that, right? So it's good for you guys, good for me, and it's a lot of fun doing this, honestly. And now that I'm doing it too, 3 hours in right now, like doesn't feel like 3 hours. Like it's crazy. Besides my mouth being like crazy dry because I'm talking forever, and the most I probably talked in a while. But yeah, it's good to be back. It's fun. It's fun. I was trying to think of a Hawkonomics joke there again. GameStop, their Hawkonomics are wonderful. Subscribed. I want to listen to your review of GME's Twitter. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Much, much appreciated. Yeah, I'm gonna come out with the video after, kind of dissecting it, see it, describe how I see it, but of course, always room for disagreement. So thank you for that, and I wish more people had that approach. You'll go follow that mentality. Thank you, we don't care. Thank you. It's like recently I've really been trying to just do all the little things right in life. Just do all the little things right. Like if you just do the little things right, like it really adds up. And I'm not trying to be like corny, like motivational speaker, you know what I mean? But it goes a long way. It goes a long way, I found, and it's good. Bulls say, bears say, love it. Yeah, I was thinking like I got to make that like a segment eventually, or like some kind of like structure a video around it. Like I'm gonna even write that down right now, but constantly just trying to figure it all out. But big thing I got to keep doing, guys, is just keep putting time into YouTube because I'm putting time into other things. And okay, I just have to do this with YouTube, and it's like it's a grind, right? It's absolutely a grind, but I would rather grind doing all this than grind my way to the top at some corporation to an upper management position, right? And that's just me. Everyone has their own approach, and I also understand like the entrepreneur path is difficult. It's a lot of work. There's nobody looking over your shoulder, right? And that's good and bad, right? It's good because I don't have to answer to anybody, but it's bad. It's like if I just don't get up and stream, like nobody's gonna say, you know what I'm saying, oh you have to, or like, oh you're fired if you don't. So right, that's what's kind of that. To be truthful, like that's what kind of happened for me the past quarter. Although it's kind of, I would say most are taking a hiatus to like reset, and I always had the intention of coming back, but really just want to be as consistent as possible because you guys are great, and it's fun covering the story that is GameStop, and there's a lot of other stuff I'm interested in terms of just general business, stocks, economics. I want to talk about it all, and sports even a little bit. I like sports, but I think there's a lot of people talking about sports, and that's not really what I'm doing right now. So I'm thinking, when I talk sports, you'll see, like, I'll maybe tweet something random about like the Devils or Steelers, right? Like those are my teams. Like in hockey and football are like my main sports, right? Well, follow baseball a little bit. Yankees fan. Don't care that much though, honestly. But that's why I got Aaron Judge, because I was like, yeah, this guy's really good. So I got his card. But with that being said, probably talk more so like the business side of sports, because I find that to be really interesting. And I've learned a lot about like salary caps in sports. That's really interesting. And like, for example, if you follow hockey at all, the Rangers just traded Jacob Trouba, and they didn't really get a whole lot in return. Everyone's like, on paper, it seems kind of crazy, but then you realize the Rangers are freeing up a lot of salary cap space to probably make their next move, because they're really trying to shake up the team because they're struggling. But I love it. I'm a Devils fan, so I love seeing the Rangers downfall. It brings a smile to my face, as you can see right now. So, see, is RC going to speak, or did he already? I'm late to the show. Wally, you're good. No worries. No conference call, so no words from Ryan Cohen. The only thing we'd probably hear him say, and it wouldn't really be him saying anything, it would be a filing, would be a Form 4 if he does buy more shares, right? That's always a possibility. I don't think that'll necessarily be the case, considering he already has a massive amount of shares, but it's always possible. We've seen Larry Chang buy a lot of shares. But also, if you guys are curious... Oh no, what happened? Where are my highlights? Oh, what? This must be a recent thing. I thought you just needed, I don't know, I thought when you had the check mark you get this, but I had all my highlights, which was nice. Or maybe it's just glitching right now. Maybe you guys can see it, but my highlights was basically like all my like in-depth posts, mostly about GameStop, right, that I kind of put in there. But I had a post not too long ago about Larry Chang's ownership. We'll see if I can find it really quick. But you can see he's just consistently bought over time. So we'll see if maybe he picks up some shares. We had Grube pick up a few shares not too long ago. And you could just, always look at the GameStop filings, right? And then also to show this real quick, a couple people had commented it. GameStop institutional ownership is rising, although I realize, in hindsight's always 2020, that this chart's a little bit misleading, making it look like, oh wow, institutional ownership's even higher than like pre-2021 events. Obviously, the reason for that is that they've issued more shares. So as a percentage of institutional ownership, it's still lower than that time period. However, institutional ownership is still going up over time, right? And seeing this big jump shows me, right, or leads me to believe that a lot of the shares that they offered through those 3 share offerings they did earlier this year were gobbled up by institutions in some shape or form, right? And then let's find Larry Chang. I know I didn't write about it too long ago. This was Q2 earnings. Oh, that's my frog, Calvin. He lives with my fish. He's a African dwarf frog. He's super tiny, but he can coexist with the fish. I love him though. He's awesome. And then let's talk about algos. When Chewy and GameStop moving together, that was weird when Roaring Kitty just kind of traded Chewy out of nowhere, got in and out. I don't even really know what to think of that, honestly. Kind of random, but it is what it was. And then AI is crazy. Look, I was able to, like, the video that is the thumbnail for the stream, I was able to, like, make this into a video, and it just, like, came out dope, honestly. And see, this is the type of video I'm talking about, like, on the spot, literally at work. I'm like, let me just go run outside and just make a quick video. Like, there's something on my mind. So sometimes I'll literally record a video, like, on my lunch break. It's just on my mind. This was when I was discovering the AI video stuff. And this is, shout out Aaron. I'm sure you guys have seen him. Big GameStop guy. Total GameStop bull. And I just feel like it's such a good vibe. He's very, like, very comfortable with himself. I mean, I don't know him personally, right? But shout out to him. Just seems like a good, genuine guy. Does giveaways and stuff. So you guys could check him out on X. So just calling out his giveaway there. But let's see. Let's scroll for another minute. See, this was a previous giveaway. And shout out to Mark. I'm sure you guys have seen him too. He just seems like an awesome guy. He had doubled this giveaway. So he actually gave the individual, shout out to Turner if you're here. He won the giveaway. And then Mark actually gave the individual a $50 gift card as well. So that giveaway turned into a $75 gift card giveaway essentially. So, but let's see. Larry Chang. I know I nicely wrote out his buys. I want to find it. Or can't you search your own profile? Maybe you can only do that on mobile, but I know I have it somewhere else too, but that's all right. We'll have to look another time. But what I was trying to show is that Larry Chang has bought shares on a consistent basis. Like, he didn't really buy a massive amount at one point or another. He's just consistently bought over time. see. Quick opinion on Doge. Twitter is overinflated with blue check marks and Elon stands. Plus, they give him political comments. Hard to find a decent advice to take into account. Thoughts? You Frago. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's like I have mixed feelings, right? Because I don't like I like Twitter for what it is. I don't really care that Elon owns it, right? Like I personally think whatever regardless of what you think of Elon personally or like what his beliefs are, whatever the case, like the things he does in terms of business and the rocket going up and coming back and landing down, like that is flat out incredible. So as like a businessman and an innovator, he's incredible. I don't agree with everything he necessarily says and does. I'm okay with it. But it is like I just want to post an X about like stocks and information, but it does kind of feel like I know what you're saying, like it's leaning one way. So I guess you could say like mixed opinions, but for me, like I feel like X is the best place to post like written content that I want to make, and then YouTube I find to be the best to post video content. And then I kind of crossed it over a little bit, right? Where sometimes like I'll write stuff on X and then I'll just post it as like a post on my YouTube channel, like on the discussion tab. And then also lately, since now you can do videos on Twitter, I'm like, all right, I might as well upload the video on X, Twitter, whatever. See, I call it both. I kind of go back and forth. To me, it'll always still be Twitter in a sense, and I think for everybody. But then I just upload the video there too because I can. So like, why not? But I will say I always make sure YouTube gets the video first. Usually I upload a video in the evening, and I'm in the United States on East Coast time, so I go based on that. So I upload in the evening. Then the next day, that morning, I'll usually throw it on X just cause, in case someone else doesn't see it. Let Russ cook, Geronimo. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. Your fellow Steelers fan. Let him cook. Let's go, bro. You know what they call him? They say he's unlimited. You know why? Because Mr. Unlimited. Oh my God, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Oh, gotta fix the tie. Looking like a waiter in this outfit, honestly, but you know what they say? They call me the referee. I'm so official. It's just what they say, though, not me. What are your thoughts on quantum computing? I bought Archie DI at 2.4 and it's popping off right now. Anguish? I'm very happy for you. So if you're saying it's popping off, it's going up. I'll humor you. I'll take a look at it. It's a GME stream, but I'm always curious to hear about things. I don't know about anything about it. Damn. It is rocking and rolling, especially right now. But I don't know what the deal is with them. But quantum computing is very interesting. I was reading a little bit about that whole Google thing, and people are saying like it'd be able to crack the blockchain, but at the same time, like and dismantle Bitcoin essentially. But also, like, don't we have if that's happening? Don't we have a way bigger problem? Like everyone's bank password could get exposed, and like we probably have way bigger problems, right? But then when you start kind of reading about it, and didn't Google's press release basically say like, yeah, like we kind of could be in an alternate reality? And I started watching this video the other day. It was like a documentary style thing on YouTube, right? That was like, that basically was like, what is reality? And it was like describing that when you cut things down, right? I gotta set hotkeys to like switch things. So what this video was describing, right? Like when you have an object, like what is reality? If you think about it, you have an object, right? Let's say like this block, right? This charging block. I have a really sharp knife that can become infinitely as tiny as I need, right? Stick with me on this. So we cut this in half, right? Or better yet, let's use a physical example, right? I need gum surgery. I've been putting it off. It's a minor thing, but we're going to use this post-it, right? Because I'll show you guys really quick, right? We got the office here. We got the cards. We got some miscellaneous notes. Got the fish tank over there, right? Can't get a great view on it. See if I get the frog. Don't have the light on. So I got a couple snails in there. You can't see anyone right now. And also the camera wire doesn't go any longer, but giving you guys the inside scoop. We got the Christmas vibes right here. I love Christmas. Best holiday if you ask me. But okay. So what is reality, right? And I don't know, now I'm going completely down the rabbit hole here. So what is reality, right? This is what the video was saying. You rip something in half, right? Then you rip it in half again, right? And there's just less, right? Obviously it's a massive amount. There's less atoms over time. So you rip this to the point, right? In half and half and half, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Like this is reality. Like this is physical. In half, in half, in half, right? And it's getting to the point I can't even do it anymore, right? We just have this little thing. Try it in half one more time. And now let's say, right, like I have a super sharp knife, super tiny, that could keep cutting this little piece of paper. And then when you cut it down, eventually it gets down to the point it's a single atom, right? And then you cut the atoms down, you get neutrons, electrons, protons, all that type of stuff. You cut those down. What's beyond that? Like, what is that, right? Like, what are those? Then it's like, does it go back to, does it go past the point where it's like actually the construct of time and it's such small, like, matter or particles or like 10 to the 100th power, right? Of size. Like, what is that? Is that time? Or like, what goes beyond that, right? And then the video was talking about the hieroglyphics and all that. And now I'm going in a complete rabbit hole. But point is, like, what, it made me think, like, what really even is reality? What even really is reality? It's crazy. It's a question I'm sure it's been trying to be answered for a long time. But worried that the price of Doge is overinflated, the algo manipulation, fake counts pushing moon coins. Yeah, like random coins. So I'm worried about putting money into it. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, oh, you mean like on Doge? Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I know what you're saying. Like, if you're saying like Doge, like the coin could be pushed, maybe there's momentum on it. But I personally wouldn't trade it. But there's probably maybe some money to be there. You know, a lot of people have kind of hyped it up for a while now. So obviously, it's. I mean, this is just the market cap. But let's see, Doge to dollar. So yeah, obviously after. That's funny they have that. No, I don't know. It's like one of those. It's like because meme coins have. It's such an interesting thing because it's like because meme coins have become a thing. Doge is now like the king meme coin if you think about it, which is like interesting, but like doesn't necessarily really give it any value, but it gives it like even more recognition or like in a strange way like makes it kind of valid, you know what I mean? But not that I would buy it personally, but that's just me. This is reality. Did you know there are over 10 higher dimensions discovered? I did not, Einstein. That's crazy. You must be into that, all that like reality and like deep dive information stuff. If your name is Einstein69 on here, but yeah, no, it just made me think, and now I'm like, oh my god, I gotta read into more of this stuff. Like it's actually crazy and remarkable, but and mind-boggling. Really, just mind-boggling all of this stuff. Honestly, we are 3D creatures existing in 4D space with an n-dimensional universe. Einstein, I mean, it makes sense. Fair enough. I appreciate your input. We don't care. I got you, man. I got you anytime. But yeah, no, that just boggles my mind. Even started to talk about that. Like, what is reality? But it's interesting. Definitely an interesting rabbit hole to go down to. But yeah, no, really, I would say, you know, beyond numbers in terms of what the company's doing, I'm really just looking to see where do things go with PSA? Like what is the next chapter of it? It feels like there's going to be more. I don't have true conviction in that or anything that solidifies that opinion. But in terms of like partnering with them, bringing Nat Turner on the board and his connections and data and analytics he has, it feels like there's definitely more opportunity for them to lean even further into the card market and just collectible markets as a whole. How they go about that is to be seen. Is it wind up being an acquisition slash merger situation? Is it a situation where GameStop has more collectible based products? They have collectible only locations that are smaller, specific for collectors, something that I don't know, just throwing random ideas out there. But really, where do things go from here? That's really what I'm most curious about. And I've been meaning to do it. I got to get my cards graded. I feel like that's a must. I got to document the process. I want to share with you guys. I'll make a video. I'll share it on X already. Again, if you don't follow me, at Tetron Invest on X right here. Drop a follow, post some giveaways, post some good information, all that good stuff. And yeah, we'll just have to see where things go because, you know, ultimately, looking back at the numbers, agreed. As well as okay, interesting. So they got rid of Deloitte. I'll have to look into that too, someone was saying. But looking at, and you know, obviously I've been saying and kind of talking about for a while now, I'm not the only one, but really looking at net income is the main thing. Like, obviously, revenue does have to get back on track sooner than later. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying be completely dismissive of what's happening with it, but really the key is, to me, net income being positive. And you look at their numbers last year, right? for the full year, like obviously revenue is going to be down year over year. But as it stands right now, when you look at this, you see that their net income per share is exactly zero 3 quarters into this year. That is 2024. So net income, right, for this number plus the net income they had this quarter equates to exactly zero, right? In which I'm going to update this. The net income is going to be 17.4. Then obviously the revenue is going to be 860.3 million. But having said all that, their net income right now through 3 quarters is $0 or zero EPS. So whatever they earn in Q4, right, that's going to be their net income for Q4 is going to be their exact net income for the full year 2024. So, if you want to just take a rough estimate, let's say it's around the same as last year. Let's say it's 63.1 million, just for argument's sake. Technically, you could say net income 10x, right? It went from 6 million to 60 million, which is, a good increase year over year and another encouraging step in the right direction. Still more work to do. However, you can't say like 10x. It 10x, right? But it really went from 6 to 60 million. Like you should look at like what was the net margin for the year, right? Like that's ultimately what I'm going to look at. At this point last year, right, 3 quarters in, the net margin, right, was negative 1.7. So we're on track definitely to be better than the year prior. Then the overall net margin was 0.1%. So let's say we do get this 63.1% number. Maybe the net margin is like 2-3%, like we kind of got this quarter, right? Roughly. We'll have to see. But yeah, starting to burn out. So I think we'll probably wrap it up soon. Not quite yet, but I'm trying to think of anything else I missed. But definitely it's interesting now that it lines up where whatever they earn in net income in the fourth quarter, that's exactly what their net income is for the full year. So if it's like 100 million, it's pretty solid, right? Especially as revenue is going down, they're managing to raise net income, which I think is impressive and it's great. They can't just do that forever, right? It's not like, oh yeah, just keep cutting revenue as long as net income goes up. Eventually, you got to get revenue going up along with net income, but for the time being, I'm okay with it. I think the average shareholder's okay with it. Of course, I can't speak for everyone else though, but we will see. We will see, and especially with interest rates being cut, interest income will go down, right? A little bit, but at the same time, they were only earning interest on roughly 1 billion all throughout last year. It really was not until and earlier this year. It really was not until early the summer of this year when they raised through 3 share offerings all that capital that now they have a massive amount of cash that they're sitting on ready to be deployed for when they're ready that can earn a pretty good chunk of yield, right? Or a much larger chunk than previously. And so what I mentioned before, at like current rates, like they're going to earn almost 200 million, right? As rates are being cut, you could scale that down. But then even then, let's say rates get cut a little bit throughout this year and they don't use the cash yet, that's $150 million of interest income. That's pretty solid. And again, like I was saying a little bit before, as long as you have net income and a strong balance sheet, they can take their time and execute the way they want to. They don't have their back against the wall. They're not in any kind of rush. There's no ticking time bomb in terms of its debt or anything to that effect. So while there's still more to figure out, and I think they're moving in the right direction, I think they're okay right now. I think they're okay. And that's just me. Again, it's all about how you view it and what your perspective is and what your investment goals are, right? You might be like, I've been waiting. I need the money now. Now's the time. I want it to go up now. And that's fine. But everybody's in a different boat and every situation's a little bit different. So let's see. Fair enough. What do you think GME will moon? Anguish? A wise man once said, tomorrow. And then when it doesn't happen tomorrow, the wise man says the next day. And then the wise man says the next day, or the next day, and the next day. And you realize that the wise man means that tomorrow is always tomorrow. That the MOAS is always tomorrow. That's just what they say. That's just what they used to say. So I got so lucky with XRP this year. And just to clarify, guys, just say the truth is nobody truly knows when we see all-time highs. Not me, not anyone. I got so lucky with XRP this year. I put money back in 2018, hodled, more like forgot about it, to be honest. Checked it recently and was shocked. I hope XRP can really follow on some of their promises. That's awesome, man. Hey, we don't care. I'm so happy for you. That is always a great feeling. If you just find money, right? In this case, it's digital money and it's went up a lot. You're like, hell yeah. My one coworker, since the summer, he's been saying buy XRP, buy XRP, buy XRP. I'm like, no, I'm only Bitcoin, only Bitcoin, only Bitcoin in terms of crypto assets. I'm only doing Bitcoin. Recently, he's like, see, I told you. It's got up a lot, and yeah, it's interesting, right? Hearing about it, people talk about it. I read about it a tiny bit. It's certainly an interesting concept, and it's something we kind of need, right? Between all the settlement time, going bank to bank. But the thing that I find to be a challenge with XRP is that, and again, I haven't read that much about it, but just from my base knowledge, like how are you gonna get every bank to adopt it and utilize it with ease? But the idea of like transactions clearing very, very quickly, instantaneously, and this really, really digital world we're in. I mean, look at the NFL broadcast last night for Monday Night Football. It was like the Simpsons broadcast, and all this like weird AI stuff going on. And you're gonna tell me we could do all that weird stuff and create all these like AI videos, but we can't clear money instantly at this point with this complex financial system that we have. Seems kind of crazy to me. So it's interesting that they're trying to aid in that, but I just don't know if like they're like the XRP technology maybe is to do it, but I don't know if that, then how does that give XRP value? Like I said, I'm just thinking about a bunch of different things here, but it's interesting. I'll say that to say the least. Their card assets themselves could gain value in the future. They're essentially collectors as well. Same applies to rare used games. XP's interesting case is the environment we existed not low revenue across the board. It stands to reason that the value would rise with the tides of consumer spending and cash flow. Good point, Einstein. Let's hope for a better economy, then they will really boom. Agreed, Einstein. Definitely agreed. And you bring up a very valid point that the cards that they hold, essentially they are collectors, right? While they're temporary collectors, they're like, all right, well, we're not going to sell cards like at a low market value, right? At the low end of the market value. We don't need to rush. We'd rather hold it and let it hold its value over time. And it's essentially an alternative asset on the balance sheet if you really want to think of it that way, right? It's kind of like instead of doing Bitcoin as an alternative asset, they're like, well, our alternative asset is PSA cards because if nobody's buying them, we own them. If the valuation of them goes up, we can charge more. And we can kind of always charge on the middle end of the market, right? We don't have to charge on the low end and have a very minimal margin. We could go for the middle end and have decent margin, right? But it's still fair to customers. But then also, if nobody wants it, that's fine. We'll hang on to it for the time being. It can kind of essentially be an asset, like you mentioned. So it's a very good point. Rose Thorne, GME's financial statements are unaudited. Interesting. Yeah, Rose, I saw somebody mention that. I got to read about it more. It says like Deloitte, something about like they're not happy with what Deloitte's doing. That's odd. Or somebody mentioned that. I don't really know. Let's see. Accounting. Changes in the registrant certifying accountant. After completing a competitive proposal process, the audit committee and board of directors selected KPMG as the company's independent registered public accounting firm for the company's fiscal year ending January 31st, 2026, subject to completion of KPMG's standard client acceptance procedures and execution of an engagement letter. This process also resulted in the effective dismissal of Deloitte as the company's. Deloitte's like one of the biggest accounts. Like they call them like the big four. I forget all their names, but I'm not sure if KPMG is also one of the big four. But see, this is why I like AI, right? Where I'll just be like, what are the big four accounting firms? It's a good research tool, right? Just for something like this. And I'm sure I could just Google this as well. But yeah, KPMG is one of the other ones. But I would imagine if they're switching them, they either some kind of malpractice or something they don't like about Deloitte, or that KPMG is giving them a better rate. Maybe it's both or one of the two. That's the one thing I can think of. I don't know why they would do that otherwise necessarily, or what the exact point would be. I think they've used Deloitte for a long time, even prior to Ryan Cohen's tenure. So it's interesting development, but I wouldn't think too much of it. It's interesting to say the least. Well, Deloitte's dismissal will take effect following the completion of its audit and the issuance of its report on the company's consolidated financial statements and internal control over financial reporting for the company's fiscal year ending February 1st, 2025, which will be included in the company's annual report on the Form 10-K letter. So pretty much next quarter will be the last one that Deloitte will be auditing. But it's weird. It's like this one isn't audited, and maybe it's, again, I'm just thinking in real time here. Maybe this one's not audited because it's a situation where they aren't doing it in the right way. And then GameStop's like, screw them. We're bringing in an outside firm right now as well. I don't really know. But Deloitte's reports and statements did not contain any adverse opinion or disclaimer of opinion, nor were they qualified or modified as to uncertainty, audit scope, or accounting principles. During the years ended 2023, 2024, and the subsequent interim periods through November 2nd, 2024, there were no disagreements within the meaning of the item of regulation of SK. Let's see, I don't know what this means. What is? We have to ask Grok next. What are Hawkonomics? Hawkonomics. Oh yeah, the Hawkonomics. It pertains to disclosure requirements for disagreements between registrant and its former accountant. Specifically, it requires the registrant to disclose any disagreements with a former accountant on matters of accounting principles or practices, financial statement disclosure, or auditing scope or procedure during the registrant's 2 most recent fiscal years and any subsequent interim period preceding the accountant's resignation. Okay, so basically what they're saying is like there was nothing that we were frustrated about or didn't agree with in terms of the accounting that's leading to them departing from using Deloitte. That's what this is disclosing right here. So it's good to know. Nothing currently, right? And that's why they said it said the 2 years and the current period, right? So these past 2 full years and the current year we're in. So essentially the past 3 years, there's been no financial statement disclosure issues or anything to that effect. It's just they're choosing to move on, it sounds like. The company has requested Deloitte furnish a letter addressed to the Securities and Exchange Commission stating whether or not it agrees with the above statements. A copy of Deloitte's letter is filed in Exhibit 16.1. So I guess we'll go look at that now. Let's see. During the fiscal years and the subsequent interim periods, neither the company or nor on anyone's behalf consulted with KPMG regarding the application of accounting principles to a specific transaction, either completed or proposed a type of audit opinion that might be rendered on the company's financial statements, and neither a written nor oral advice was provided to the company that KPMG concluded was an important fact considered by the company in routine decisive to any accounting, auditing, or financial reporting issue. Okay, so I don't think that really means too much, but let's see 16.1. Let's see what Deloitte said. I think Deloitte has to like agree because in the event GameStop said that they didn't agree with the practices for whatever reason, they would have a chance to kind of give a counter reason as to why they feel otherwise. But let's see. Dear Sir and Madams, we have read item 4.01 of GameStop Corporation's Form 8K dated December 10th, 2024, and it had the following comments. We agree with the statements made in the third and fourth sentences in the first paragraph, as well as the second, third, and fourth paragraphs. We have no basis on which to agree or disagree with the statements made in the first and second sentence of the first paragraph, the fifth paragraph. Basically saying, like, okay, yeah, we're cool. They're moving on, we're moving on, is how I read that. So, interesting, but, so I guess I could put that in the notes. Changing accountants, firm from Deloitte to KPMG. Is it Deloitte? Like that, right? Just a quick side note. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, guys. I think that's pretty much it. Gotta update these charts tonight. Kind of gather my thoughts a little bit more. Rest a little bit. Always gotta mix in some rest, just like athletes gotta rest after working out. And not saying I'm an athlete, you know what I mean? Not trying to make that like comparison, like, oh yeah, working like an athlete out here streaming crazy, right? Nothing to that effect, but yeah, you just gotta balance everything out, just like everything else in life. Balance. I feel like a good general rule of thumb in life is balance. I really think that's good general advice to follow. But of course, I'm not in the business of giving advice. Always do what you want to do as an individual. Okay, let's see. Wise man once said, yes, sir. CC was, I sold Bitcoin when they first released it, but yes, you're getting back to a tough concept. I don't think long term I'll hold, but it was my first long term prediction that followed through. Nice. No, that's good. We don't care. Hey, it's all about the learning process, right? And nothing wrong with taking some profits if you're satisfied. I got into MTG in 2016, sold at the peak of the market. Whoop. Catch up here. Sold at the peak of the market just a month post-COVID. Ungraded, unfortunately, but had an amazing collection. That money is disallowed my family to survive COVID. Oh, okay, I see. Magic the Gathering. Gotcha. Damn, trade market is real and undervalued. I think you're so right. We don't care. Yeah, I have a couple friends too who are into it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, like this stuff is like a huge market. And, like people don't even realize it." And just another guy at my job I talked to, he said he was I think it was comic books or well, he was really into collectibles as a whole, like beyond cards and graded stuff. Like he's really into like collectibles and stuff like that, and he sells some stuff on eBay. So he was telling me like how it's like just such an underrated, like massive market in general. And he's right. Trading card market is real undervalued. Do you think we are going up this week into January or down? The gaming channel of awesome. Thank you for being here. If I had to make a guess, right? Although I'm historically bad at short-term predictions with GameStop, that's really just not my cup of tea in terms of like what I do in making short-term predictions. I'll do it for you, and of course, I have an opinion like everyone else, but I would take it with the utmost grain of salt. I think we trend up into the low 30s to kind of end the year into January. That's my gut feeling, just because it seems like we've been doing well. EPS surprised, right, and was positive this quarter, being 4 cents versus the analyst estimate of negative 3 cents, so it's a 7-cent swing. I think any GameStop shareholder was not so surprised and expecting positive net income with all the cash they raised, the interest income, but still understanding that operations aren't quite profitable yet. So with that being said, I could see it floating around 30 because you got to think too, even if it's at $30, it's only trading at like a 3x multiple from its cash because they have $10 in cash, $30 a share. 1/3 of the underlying value is just available in cash, and they're net profitable right now. So that's where I kind of see it going at 30, but we'll see. Nobody truly knows, right? So anything's possible. If you're to make any kind of short-term trade, I definitely encourage you, do the most research, be prepared for anything and everything. I feel like with GameStop in particular, you just don't know. Every time you feel like you know, you just don't know. They develop algorithms akin to eBay that dynamically price items during the day. They get more specific pricing updates on the fly. Oh, good to know, Einstein. That makes sense. And that's another way, you talk about like companies leveraging like artificial intelligence. Like that's where I see like a real use case for a company like GameStop and some of these other companies that say like, yeah, they're leveraging artificial intelligence. They're doing it in these small ways that are helping them improve the business, right? A lot of people think, oh, well, they're building robots and stuff like that. No, it's not exactly like that. I mean, obviously, like that companies like Tesla and Nvidia are kind of facilitating that stuff. But a company like GameStop, what they're doing is they're using it for like an instance you just mentioned. That's a really good point. Like they use the artificial intelligence to, right, or some form of artificial intelligence. That's the thing too. Artificial intelligence has kind of been around for like over a decade now, but it's just like what you define it as, and also the way it's just like scaling really quickly at this point. And I feel like ChatGPT was like a major breakthrough in like the general artificial intelligence industry, or what people consider to be artificial intelligence, right? So with all that being said, it's a situation where they are leaning into that in their own way, but it's not like they're building robots and it's doing anything super dramatic. It's just helping them be able to do like dynamic pricing, keep track of inventory, make information readily available for employees easier than before, things of that nature. Let's see. So companies stop messing with the ban lists or reprints anyways. GME is a technology company, and their use of AI will make them very competitive in markets. Agreed. GME is getting into AI. We're talking about having all the different tickets right now. We don't care. Yep. NFT. What I missed? Because I can. You're good. We're just rocking and rolling. Talking about some miscellaneous things. Theorizing on some ideas with PSA. How they might lean into that more. Make anything more than that maybe. Also, the dynamic pricing of their physical and digital stores leads me to conclusions. Makes sense. Ask me how much I spent on trading cards today. Dominic, how much did you spend? Actually, I really like Pokemon. I bought a few cards today. Dominic, let me know. I'm curious how much you spent. I'm going to say 107. I don't know. Random number. But no guidance. Apparently no guidance is better than bad guidance. Okay, Stewie Griffin. You're human. Go get some rest. Thanks, Einstein. Much appreciated. No guidance because they know there's nothing going for them. Just profit from the retail clothes. It's not sustainable. They need to sell EP games. Stewie, thanks for being here. You're a bear, but that's all right. It seems like you're new here, so we welcome the Bulls, we welcome the Bears, we welcome it all. So we'll see how it plays out. GME is coming to take on Tesla. Roasted Soul, I think not exactly, but gotta go. Thanks for the stream and amazing conversation. I'll tune in again in the future. We don't care. Take care, my friend. Hope you stay well. Followed and subbed on all socials. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. So did you come up with that idea yourself? Look, having fun trading chat. Yes, sir. Pokemon cards have a 200% markup. That's why booster boxes cannot be sold at $65. Sub for being unbiased. I'll take it, my friend. I'll take it. Like I was saying before, I'm trying to just be neutral, cover the story as I see it, but I do think they have an opportunity with the trading cards. No doubt about that. And get these numbers updated. And I feel like there's going to be one or two other things they do, right? Like they got CandyCon going. Also, the Raptor 8, right, as like their private label stuff. I feel like we see more private label stuff. We see more products unique, only available at GameStop, and then we see more with PSA. And then I think we see a couple other things that we don't know of or foresee right now. That's kind of my general vision of what I see with the company kind of heading into 2025, right? And they did say they're not going to raise any more cash for the rest of the fiscal year, but keep in mind the fiscal year ends February 1st. So we only have like another month and a half till the fiscal year is like technically over, right? And then we'll get Q1 earnings around this time, 3 months from now. So January, February, March. So right around first, second week of March, probably second week of March, we'll get Q4 earnings, that is. And we'll also get the full year earnings. So that's always an exciting one. And of course, I'll be live for that as well. Probably do another earnings stream. Probably do another giveaway as well. Mix that in there, so we'll see. Prices of Pokemon are going up. No idea why trading cards are $200. Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Have metagames. When bales come out, these cards go down in value. Low rate hits, lots of demand. They're seen as an investment. Yeah, no, I'm definitely still wrapping my head around the trading card market as a whole. For me, I should look through my old Pokemon cards too. I definitely still have some. And then for me, like I'm really just into the sports cards because I follow football a lot, and hockey cards don't seem to be that popular. Although I'm going to get these graded because this is a signed one. And then this is like a of 99 one, right? And this is number 18. So that's cool. Then we got Mr. Unlimited. I'm a Steelers fan, so we'll get that one graded. And I can document the grading process. That's mostly why I'm excited to do it. And I got some old baseball cards I got to look through. But with all that being said, it's more sort of like preserve its value, I would say, and kind of depends on the scenario, right? It depends on the scenario, and I'm just still wrapping my head around it. In some cases, I feel like some people don't care about grading, and that makes sense. But in some cases, I think authenticating is definitely here to stay, and yeah, it's definitely going to be a part of things, and definitely going to be something people want over time. But I think that about wraps it up. Here. We might just have to pick this up another day. It's crazy, almost 4 hours now. We'll kind of check GameStop. Initially earnings report came out, we were down a little bit, kind of bounced back up. Seems like we're sideways. And then the 10Q comes out. I think this move right here, if I had to theorize why it happened, was algos kind of reading it, right? Or traders who are super quickly skimming through it, I guess. But to me, the note that, hey, we're not, I guess to be fair, that wasn't in the 10Q, it was in the 8K, right? Which is like just the, hey, like here are the numbers. And with those, wait, where is it? There we go. Or just like the news release. They say the company does not anticipate any further at-the-market offerings involving the offer and sale of its common stock for the current year. So maybe that's why we had this little tick up, right? Like that was kind of like the bullish factor, so to speak, and why it had that random little run after hours. But then kind of back to sideways, right? And to be honest, I'm not that surprised in terms of the price movement because options seem to always price in a big move. Somebody had put in the chat before that the options market, like when you look at calls and puts, we're pricing in a move up or down of 14%, one way or the other. So obviously, a lot of option buyers, whether you're on the put side or the call side, are going to be burned if the stock just winds up being up 3% tomorrow by the end of the day. Of course, there's a lot of time between now and the market open tomorrow, and a lot of time between now and the market close tomorrow, right? But we will see a massive IV drop off if GameStop stock price is kind of relatively flat tomorrow by the end of the day, right? And then all option buyers will get burned. And that kind of seems to be the case on earnings as of late with GameStop for the past several quarters. I think on average, after earnings, the stock has moved like 10%, and then each time the options market is usually pricing in 14-15%, right? So it's like the kind of classic, like the house always knows, the house always has an advantage, right? Just like when you replace the most common sports bet happens, right? And then suddenly like there's a major upset for that common, or the player has like their worst game of the season when there's like the most U.S. currency on them, right? That always seems to happen. It always seems to happen, right? But you just don't know. As come out, the cards go down. Sometimes they reprint. True. Risk price charting. Good point. Wall Street's treating GameStop like a top company. You see estimates for 25 expecting 1.4 billion in revenue. Wall Street is betting because they rose 4 billion in cash, so they use that to create more revenues. Let's see if they can beat 1.5 billion in revenue. It's a sell. Sell the news. Yeah, Stu, I hear what you're saying. It definitely sounds like you're more of like a trader type of approach. You know, me, I'm long-term guy, so I'm gonna ride out this journey and just holding it. But definitely, you're right. Like, I think that makes sense to price in that they're going to find ways to make new revenue or create new revenue sources, because ultimately, especially with rates being cut, they can't just sit on the cash forever. For the time they can, right? Because they have positive EPS, they have a really strong balance sheet with all that cash, so they don't have to rush to do anything. But at some point or another, it's like they can't sit on that cash forever. They have to do something with it to make it work for them, right? To make it into working capital. How they exactly do that is to be seen. My best guess at this exact current moment in time, that is 7:22 Eastern Time on December 10th, 2024, is that they're going to either acquire PSA's parent company, that is Collectors, or they're going to merge with PSA and or Collectors in some shape or form, right? That's kind of my best guess, and it seems like just Collectors market as a whole, they're really leaning into it, especially with, you know, some of the more vintage stuff, kind of with the mod retro. It's kind of like sort of similar to it, right, in a general sense, but then also the private label brands. I want to see them do more with private label brands and come out with other private label brands. And really exciting if they could drive those to the point where they're successful enough, widely recognized enough, where then you could even sell them at other stores, right? Like, I like the idea of GameStop exclusivity, but at the same time, make it so that, like, right, let's say these same products, right? Looking at these controllers, what if they were sold to other like stores, like obviously for a discount where that particular store could make a profit, but then the other stores would sell them at $59.99, whereas GameStop's selling them $49.99. So customers are still incentivized to buy it from GameStop, right? Maybe that's the case, maybe not. We shall see. But yeah, I'll tell us. Let's see. They can't sell controllers. The only time it will go up, they can't sell custom controllers. I got a cotton candy sell custom made by Microsoft. GameStop business model is horrendous. It's like cult following that keeps them in business. You can't say anything to these cultists. Every word just reflects off them. Listen, Stewie, I mean, you can think what you want, brother. You can think what you want. But I think it's more in-depth of a story than maybe the average person would think. That's really the best way I could say it. So it's still far from over, and great companies have pivoted, right? You look at Berkshire was a textile company many moons ago. I know that's a very extreme example, but as long as they have cash in the bank and positive EPS, like the opportunity is endless. To me, it's just a matter of like, are you willing to take that opportunity and be patient, right? Because it is remains to be seen what is going to happen and what they're going to do with all that cash over time, right? So not everyone's going to want to stick around and be on that journey, but that's all right, right? That's just the name of the game. That's just kind of how the market goes. So Web3's come back, NFT, MP's come back, but with the money they have is earning 50 million a year. So EDI wise, it earned 50 million the last quarter. So if you use that number for a full year period, they would earn 200 million. However, you have to account for that the Fed is cutting rates now, so that will come down a little bit, right? So if I had to guesstimate, right, considering some Fed rate cuts next year, I would say they're going to bring in like 150 of interest income, maybe 160 million, right? But exactly, yep, I said it, quarter. But yeah, no, I think it's been a good stream. I think it's been a good stream back. You know, we got dressed up today. You know, official report. Got to keep it official. Got to keep it official. But yeah, gonna cool off a little bit, chill, eat some dinner, and congratulations to Alec again. He won the gift card before, and congratulations to whoever won on X. I also have to go through that and reach out to them. So I think someone was the closest one. I think someone had 20 million. Just sent me the gift card. That's all. Looking for 50 million profit EPS. Rance was close. He was close. 15 million, 20 million. I think All Money Nick is the closest at 18 million. 55 million, 18. Oh, Hayden also said 18 million though. Put me in a tough spot. think I have to say, I might have to go to who said it first. Because 18 million was the... See, I didn't think about a tiebreaker situation. I should have said, you gotta be... You can't have the exact same answer as someone else. Lesson learned, lesson learned. Almighty Nick did say at 9:42. Hated, man. Oh no. Time cover you. Okay. Yes, you control the information age. Welcome to our world. Gotta love the GME tweets. Alright, so yeah, I'll have to figure out what I want to do on that one. But appreciate all you guys commenting, and appreciate all of you that went ahead and followed me on X. Like I said, I'll do some giveaways on there here and there. A little more casual next, a little more written content, you know, some sports talk, a little humor mixed in as well. So, yeah, I think now we will officially wrap it up. I'll say one more goodbyes to the chat. When are these move spouses to happen tonight? No one knows, Bluto. Fascia. I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but I'm about to say quarterly. You're good, DIY. Those are million in a year, solid base. All we do is win, 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 no matter what. That's just what they say, Michael. That's just what the sources say. Thank you. Have a nice one. All right, guys. Yeah, I tend to do this. I say, oh, yeah, we're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up. When I don't wrap it up, I keep going and going and going and going. But that's because the vibes are just too good sometimes. But we are officially going to wrap it up. We'll zoom out here, right? I encourage you guys to take notes, keep researching. Like, it's so important. It's so impossible to remember everything. Find a system that works for you, right? Because this has helped me a lot. You got color coding, lines, different sections. I have this set up with other stocks, other bits of information, even ideas of like, what am I going to do for Tetron? How am I going to build the channel? I'm putting it together in like this platform that is Obsidian. It's really helped me organize my information and ideas, because I just realized I read a lot of stuff. I try and understand a lot of stuff. I'm very interested in all this stuff, but it's impossible to retain it all. We live in the information age where it's just like literally too much. Like, our brains are like base computers, like a Windows 95 computer trying to handle like what a Windows 25 computer processes. You know what I mean? Like something of the future. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't even make a whole lot of sense. But being it's so hard to retain information, so it's really important like to write it down, even good old pen and paper. Nothing wrong with that. But I feel like for me, obviously with what I'm doing, do it digitally because I want to share with you guys what I've been up to and what I'm finding. And we look at Max Payne, right? One last thing I think of. Max Payne for this week, 2750. So we've kind of seen these numbers creep up. Down the line, you could still see a lot of options in the money. So will be interesting to see. That's how you kind of get the gamma squeeze effect once all of these start going in the money, because then what happens is market makers, they have to hedge. They have to start buying shares to account for the fact that calls will be exercised as they go in the money. But, you know, that's just one factor of things, and just always take that kind of stuff with a grain of salt, if you ask me. But thank you. Have a nice one. Einstein, Michael, EDIY, everyone else out there, I hope you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for tuning in. Like, subscribe, catch me on X at Tetron Invest. Appreciate you guys. Stay well. Take care. Have a good night.